Hello, everyone. You're gonna have to give me a minute or two here just to get this all set up. I wasn't gonna cover any of this today, you guys, so just bear with me for me. I've got a couple settings and everything I've gotta get set up here. So please bear with me. It hasn't started yet, so I'm not missing anything. Hello, Babs. Hello, Kate. Okay, so let me just get this shared so when it does start, you guys will be able to see it because I got a bunch of settings. I wasn't going to do this today, but I got a lot of requests for it, so there we go. Sorry, you guys. I should have had this all set up, but I wasn't expecting to do it today. So, hello, Brittany. How are you this morning? How's everybody? Washington State, Michigan. Cool. Just waiting for them to start. So while they're waiting for us to start, you guys, I'm just getting this all set up. Good morning, Kim from Colorado. Fruit Fly, good morning again. Surprise, surprise, I'm back. I figured that I can stream this for you guys and still be able to do a few things that I've got to do in the background, especially once it starts. I mute myself so you guys can hear everything coming out of the courtroom. Just throw a message in the chat, you guys, whenever you can start hearing it, so I can know that it's started. I should have my crap together. Let's go with that for now. everything set up there. Sorry, you guys. This was a last minute thing, so let me just get into the control room here so I can get this all set up. Good morning, Krista. Make sure you guys have live chat selected at the top and you smash that like button on your way in. It's free to do and it helps support the channel. Also, we do a super sticker, super chat if you decide that you would like to help donate and bring more of this. It would be appreciated. But at least smash that like, please. It's free to do. Okay, now that I got this set up, okay, there we go. Babs is here, Kate is here, Bhutan is here, Kim is here, Fly, Krista. Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, depending on where you guys are. Let's see. I thought they were supposed to start at 11, but let me just see here. Dock it up here. Well, it says 9 a.m. Colorado time. Nothing has started yet. Oh, there they are.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury, or the jurors are present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. It's the second day of spring, right? Let's try again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Warner. I'm a district court judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury selection process, I'd like to introduce you to some of the people who are in the courtroom and who you may or may not have already met. Kathy is my court reporter. She's not going to wave because her fingers are doing something else. It's her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as a record of the proceedings, so that anything that is said by you, the lawyers or the witnesses, is made part of the record. Remember, she can only take down what you say. Nods of the head and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give us a verbal response, it will make her job a whole lot easier. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case and they will not talk to you about the case. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that they are not permitted to discuss anything about the case with you. I assume that many, if not all of you, were not excited when you received your invitation to come down and join us. But please understand how important you being here is to our judicial system. I want to thank you for being here. You should know that the United States conducts approximately 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that the government should not have that much power. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar provision for a right to a jury trial. That right cannot be secured unless all of us have the obligation to serve when called. In case you're wondering, yes, I have that same obligation. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this process. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years. They all told me that they were glad that they had served. They said that they had learned a lot about our judicial process and how important that citizens such as yourself are to it. My hope is that if you are selected to be on this jury, you have those same feelings at the end of the trial. I do want to remind you at this point in time that you can't use your cell phones at any point during this process. So if you can turn those off, you need a moment to turn off your cell phones, go ahead and do that. In addition, we are identifying you by a number in court rather than name. So we're going to be identifying you by seat number. We do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we do not want there to be any confusion regarding who we're referring to at any point in time. There may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Mrs. Smith. By referring to you by number, we keep that separated and it's clear in the record who we're talking to. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, the staff, and myself will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity, and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through the process of this trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when referred to by a number as opposed to a name. The fact that we are identifying you by number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected. The case we are about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are lawyers with the district attorney's office. If you would stand and
Morning.
I will sometimes refer to the district attorney as the prosecution or the people. The defendant or the accused in this case is Letecia Stauch, and she is being represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook. The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called the information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. In this case, as in all cases in Colorado, the jury will be only determining the facts in the case. They will not be determining the punishment or sentence. This is not a death penalty case where a jury has to determine whether that should be imposed. This is just a case where the jury is determining the facts of the case and whether or not the prosecution has proven everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, does anyone have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Juror number 5, or I'm sorry, 6. Juror number 6, you would raise your hand. Yes, ma'am. Okay, can you see me okay? Oh, you moved around a little bit. You did a little bit of bobbing and weaving. Okay, but are you able to see the attorneys in the council table okay?
Yes.
And my court reporter, can you see her all right? So this would be an issue if you were a juror and there were an exhibit, say, up on this screen or that screen, depending, you might have some difficulty. Okay. All right. Anyone else have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on? No. All right. And before we go any further, I want everybody to understand if you are in this courtroom, you should anticipate being on this jury. And we're going to be asking questions of everybody in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. That's important to understand because I bet everybody back here, when they came in, was going, I am really glad I'm not sitting up there. But you need to understand that we always get into the back rows. We did yesterday. I anticipate that we will again today. And we'll go through that process a little bit further. In this case, we're going to select 12 jurors and 6 alternates. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial, and they will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate that the case will take 6 weeks for trial. That does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3, so that would mean finishing evidence sometime in mid to late May. I do understand the burden such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over a case that took 18 weeks from start to finish, so I understand the burden. I've been there. I get it. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to. You will be able to go home to your families each day, and though you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them, you will be able to talk with them about anything else. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes that they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this length of trial? And I'm going to start in groups. So I'll start over here first. Juror number 4. Tell me what's going on.
Sister died. There my home, who has dementia in Washington State
I'm sorry, ma'am.
every 6 to 8 weeks to room and taking care.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. When did that happen?
Her died in November.
Okay.
I've already been there. I was there. That's why I postponed my jury. Now,
Okay.
because I was there for a month.
Okay.
I'm leaving again May 4th.
Okay.
And I'm also on another, I'm subpoenaed for another on May 1st.
That doesn't sound quite right here, because you shouldn't be subpoenaed for 2 of them that close together here, unless are they both here and at the El Paso County Combined Courts?
And she's saying subpoena judge, not summons.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Yes. All right.
Subpoenaed
Okay. All right.
May 1st, and they said it should only be 1 day.
Right.
Like I said,
Okay.
we have plans to leave.
Okay. All right.
And I could be gone for a month at a time.
Okay. All right. There was another hand in the back, juror number 6. Yes, ma'am.
I can't drive, and it would take a lot to have somebody drive me to and from court every day.
Where do you live?
Near Pat's Peak and Murray.
Okay. We might be able to do something about that. I have in other cases, not for a trial that's been this long, but I will take that into consideration. Anyone else? Let's see, that would be juror number 8.
Yep, self-employed startup, so we're still in our early days. All my time is necessary to help run the business.
What kind of business is it? Consulting what?
Technology.
Oh. Anyone in juror number 10? What kind of work do you do? Do you work for a company? And would that company have the ability to fill in your spot with someone else? Front row. Juror number 12.
We have an extended family vacation scheduled for the middle of April, and we've prepaid for a pretty big portion of it. So
Okay. Anyone, let's see. 15, juror 15? That would be you, yes. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm the primary caretaker of my son. There won't be anybody to drop him off at school or pick him up from school during the time that would be needed for.
How old is he?
He's 8.
What time is he dropped off at school?
I drop him off 7:30. And then he has to be picked up a little bit after 2.
Okay, the drop off wouldn't interfere with being able to be here. Would
8 o'clock that we would need to be here on 9.
Pardon?
Is it 8 that we would need to be here on?
Generally about 9 o'clock.
Okay. So
Sometimes,
picking him up.
okay. And do you have anybody else that would be able to pick him up if you're not able to?
No, we're not from Colorado. We moved from New York. It's just myself and my husband. That's
Okay.
it. I have no one else.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? No. Back here, this front row? Juror 21 on the end there?
Sole provider for the house.
And what kind of work do you do?
So right now I'm getting ready to go back into the work field.
Okay. Others in the front row? Let's see. Juror number 25? No, in the front row here. Juror 25? Yes, ma'am, you. When? That's a Monday. Where is the service going to be? No, I understand that. All right. And the second row, starting at the end there, that'd be juror number 35. Go ahead. How old is your husband? Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in that row? Juror 37? Okay, that's at the start of June? Okay. I think we'll be done by then. Pretty sure we should be done by then. Tell me, and did I understand you correctly when you said that you work, but you don't think that the work would be an issue? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I thought I had another hand back there. That would be juror number 38. Yes, sir.
Paid for as April 16th to the 26th.
Juror number 40, did you? Yeah.
Pre-booked vacation, pay overseas.
You said mid-May. Do you know when the start date would be?
Put it on my
Okay. All right. Thank you. And juror 41, did you have your hand up?
I just work, but that's nothing out of the ordinary for anyone else's spirit, but.
Okay. Anybody in the far back row? I'm going to start over there on the end, juror 49.
A daughter at home that is 37. Right. She's our life. Husband works full time. I don't work. I take care of her.
Okay. All right. And next, juror 50. Do you, is it local? Yeah, no, it's, we for sure will not be having, any trials on Thursdays, and that is a Thursday, so that's going to work out okay? Okay. All right, juror 51, did you, yes? Hold on, when you bend over and talk to the floor, I can't hear you, so.
Number 90.
Well, we go by seat number here. So it's okay. That's all right. Because we have to have both of those. See, we're selecting a jury over a period of days. And so we have your juror number, which is the summons number. But when you come in here, we're referring to you by seat number. Okay. So you would be juror 51. What do you have to tell me? What kind of work do you do? And is that like a massage therapist, a psychology therapist? What kind of work? Okay, all right. Anyone else in that back row? Okay. Looks like juror 53. Okay. You said May 15, right? All right, and juror 54.
Yes, sir. My wife's finally ill. Diabetic, she's had to have a number of sudden surgery.
And juror number 55. Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, I just got off a 12-hour shift. We lost about 50% of our staffing outside. Where is open for those left over? If I leave here today, have to go back to work tonight. Basically, everybody's on 12-hour shifts and working their day. They're all working off, 2 days off.
What kind,
They get that duration of file.
what kind of work is it? All right, and up here in this first row, juror 30.
Your Honor, I am still.
All right, so another hand up here. Okay, juror 33.
I also work 12-hour night shift.
What kind of work do you do?
I do work some weekends. Want to go and work on weekends.
Okay. All right, juror 34. All right, and second row, juror 43. That's you, ma'am, in the stripe. That's okay.
Start your supervisor classes for my job in a couple of weeks. Probably last time.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything that you just said there. Can you do it again?
So I'll be taking management classes in about so that'll probably last for
The beginning of May. Okay, what kind of work do you do? And can those management classes be rescheduled to a later time? Okay, can you check on that during the lunch hour? Okay. I still want you to check, okay? All right, and I thought there was a hand. Yes, juror 44. Okay. All right, as far as diabetic is concerned, we've had diabetics before on the jury, and I've been able to accommodate that without issue. When is the trip in May? Okay. Anyone else in that second row? Okay, let's see. Juror 47.
Thank you so, so much, Lori. I appreciate your super sticker, super chat. Thank you so much. It really helps. Thank you.
Right, and in the next row back there, and this is sort of where I have to stand up so that I can make sure I see correctly. All right, let's see. Juror 58. Yes, ma'am. And juror 59. Did you say over the weekend? Oh, I'm gonna say, I thought you were going overseas over the weekend, and I was going, that's a really quick turnaround there. Okay, anyone else in that? All right, and that would be jurors, 62? Yes, sir. Uh, 24th? Okay. And where are you going? Okay. Anyone else in that row? No, all right, next row back. Okay, wrong sheet. Juror 66 over here on the end. Yes. The gentleman there that just barely has his hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay, so let's try again. Yes, okay, juror 66. Yes, sir. Got it. Okay, and what kind of job is it? All right, and then juror 67.
I didn't think it was a problem, but having a street card and
Okay. Juror 68, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir. Well, wait, I'm confused. Where do you live? Okay. Okay. And Juror 69, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Okay, I was having a little bit of hard time understanding you. Have a doctor's appointments in New Mexico?
Yes. I have broke my wrist.
Okay.
Help me out.
Okay. And in the far back row, juror number 70? On the end there? Yes, ma'am.
I'm a paralegal and my husband. And I am his office manager. Actual attorney. That's
All right. And juror number 71? How do you get there?
well, I don't have time to.
And anyone else in the back? Looks like juror number 74. Yes, ma'am. Juror 74? Okay. All right. Is there anyone that there was one that I missed, and that would be juror 73. Go ahead.
Also, I'll be considered. That's gonna follow me.
Well, you should be okay with either one of those because you're probably not going to be here tomorrow. The jury selection is today. We don't start evidence until April 3. And if your other appointment is next week, that will occur before the evidence starts. Okay. All right. Is there anyone that I missed? Juror number 36 over here.
Apologize, I didn't understand it. Vacation,
And, okay, thank you. And then, juror number 68. No. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break at about 10:15 or so. So we'll have a restroom break in about a half an hour. Is that going to work? Okay. So we will take a break this morning, but I need to have everybody in the courtroom to be able to hear everything that's going on while we're all here. Okay. So we will take a restroom break if it's something urgent, if something comes up or something like that. Let me know and we'll see what we can do about taking a break that is not scheduled. Okay. Are you going to be okay until about 10:15? Okay. 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 Well, all right. All right. Let's see. I need to go through some challenges for cause, or I need to ask some questions regarding things that may disqualify you from serving as a juror in this case. I want to go through that list of grounds now. Do any of you believe you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys? No response. Do any of you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor and creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of, or partner in business with, or surety on any bond or obligation for the defendant? That's a long lawyer question asking if you have particular relationships with the defendant. Do you work with them? Do you work for her? Does she work for you? Do you rent from her? Does she rent from you? Any of those kinds of things. So we're looking for particular relationships. Anybody think they fit in that category? No response. Are you now or have you been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against or been accused by him, by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Were any of you a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution? If any of you believe that you are a witness in this case, please raise your hand. No response. Do any of you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case? Anyone feel that? No response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Juror 21. Okay. And I was going to ask about that, and there actually was a question about that on the questionnaire. Did you take part in any of the vigils or the searches or anything like that? You did. Okay. Yes, sir. Anyone else? That would be, hold on a minute. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. That would be juror 58. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's a little bit separate question that we'll ask about later. Whether or not you have any preconceived notions or anything like that. So either I or the attorneys at some point, like, we'll be asking about whether anybody has psychology training, those sorts of things. And that's where we will want to talk about it there. What I'm asking more about is feelings about this particular case. It sounds like you have experience in the area that may impact your thought processes, but you don't have anything specific to this case. Is that right? Okay. Anyone else? No response. Public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? Please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category?
Please, sir.
Yes. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. And that would be juror number 20. Yes, ma'am. What's your concern?
Well, mentally, my mind is made up. No insanity. If it's a hung jury, no insanity. I cannot be moved. When I was very young, my adopted mother took butcher knife to me as a way of getting me to do what she wanted.
Okay.
So I don't know if that goes into this or a different question.
Well, that's a slightly different question because that would be a bias or something of that nature. What we're looking for here is whether or not you have a physical or mental limitation. Perhaps you're on a medication that you have to, you're not able to stay awake or something of that nature. The concern that you have is a legitimate one. But what we're looking for here is if there is, the physical limitations are easy. Some people say, I can't sit for very long or I can't move or something like that. So we're looking for something like that in the mental limitation. It sounds to me like because of a past experience that you have certain feelings about this case. And that's a little bit different. It's still important and that's something that we need to know. So I'm glad that you brought it up. But it sounds as though you're able to hear me okay, able to see okay, able to process information. I've occasionally had some people that say because of the medication that they're on or something like that, they can see things, but they can't process stuff very well, or it will affect their hearing such that they can't hear very well, those kinds of things. That's not your issue. Your issue is a personal experience. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? And juror 35, you already told us, is there anything? Okay, I understand. Please raise your hand if you have served for 5 days or more as a trial or grand juror in any state or federal court within the past 12 months. Anyone in that category? No response. At this point in time, we're going to have my staff is going to hand out a list of witnesses. The question that I have for you is, do any of you think you know any of the potential witnesses on this list? All right, are you going to be okay back there? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. Here's what we're going to do so that everybody understands. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess now. When we come back, we're going to be here until noon. Okay, so let's hold off on, let's recollect those witness lists for right now.
Okay.
And I know that this is different than what you may experience in a lot of other situations, but I cannot proceed We cannot proceed with this questioning and proceed with talking with everybody here unless everybody is here. And everybody has to be here at the same time. So if you need a break, take it now. So we're going to take our break until 10:15. When we come back, expect to be here in your seat until noon. All rise for the jury, please.
Can we go out this door?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, that's a secured hallway. So it's gotta be that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and leave that one on screen. I may have to stop sharing my screen on that while they're on break so I can show you the order, because there's a lot of people in here saying that there's not going to be any cameras. There is going to be cameras. So let me just present another screen. Yeah, I got to stop sharing this one. Dang it. Okay, let me stop sharing this and let me present this while they are on break. Okay, so here is the order. Okay, you guys. This is the state of Colorado against Letecia Stauch. This matter is set to proceed to trial commencing March 20th, 2023. Trial of the proceedings will be broadcast via webinar. Any observer of the webinar may capture any video or audio of the proceedings and is authorized to rebroadcast them with two exceptions. There should be no audio or video capture of bench conferences. There shall be no capture of any video or any juror's face. The use of any camera in the courtroom or fourth floor hallway of the South Tower of El Paso County Combined Courts is prohibited. Participants, media, and observers are prohibited from blocking hallways. So this is just saying that they can't block the hallways. They can't take pictures outside of the court or in the hallway of the court. A representative from KRDO and a representative of the Colorado Springs Gazette will be permitted in the courtroom during voir dire to provide pool media coverage. Okay, that means right now there's a pooled audio source that is sending this out. We're getting it by a different source due to limited space, blah, 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 blah. So when no media are in the courtroom, they may tweet, blog, or send real-time messages so long as those activities do not interfere. Once presentation of evidence begins, so that's once opening statements begins, some seating will be reserved for immediate family, KRDO, and the Gazette. Otherwise, seating will only be available on first come, first serve. Okay, so there will be any observer of the webinar may capture any video or audio of the proceedings. So it's there. They will be in there with cameras. As far as I've read this, that's what I've gotten from it, that there will be a pooled camera. Okay, so let me just get this back up for you guys. Oh, it's okay, Unspoken Butterfly. It's just we keep that conversations in emails. We don't talk about it here, so. Okay, Let me see what else. I'm in the middle. You guys, if you could see my desk right now, I'm telling you, I've got all kinds of paperwork I'm doing because I file income taxes for people, and I'm in the middle of trying to do that as I'm listening to this and streaming it to you. So if I do go silent for a bit, please don't think that I'm ignoring or anything. It's just I'm trying to get some of my work done that pays my bills. I'm trying to get some of that done also while I'm bringing you guys this live stream. So please bear with me there. Again, thank you so much, Lori, for your super chat. I really appreciate it. Jody Giddings, good morning, everyone. Thank you for streaming this. You're very welcome. I'm juggling a lot right now, but okay, let me just put this up. They still got their audio up, so yes, multitasking here. As long as I don't get numbers wrong, I'm good. Sometimes I even mute it so I don't hear what's being said when I'm calculating numbers, and income tax time every year is always a nightmare for me. But so thank God I mute myself while this is going on, because you guys about the only time I really curse a lot is doing these. Hello, lovely lyrics. Good morning. Kate Bell. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your super sticker. It does go a long way, you guys, to help bring this to you. So I appreciate every little bit I get. I appreciate. So thank you for that. Oh, I get you. Love the lyrics. It's like the only thing I worry about is making a mistake on my calculations. So I go over it twice, and I mute the court so I don't hear it, so I can make sure all my numbers are right. Okay. Sorry, you guys, just give me a second here. Okay. Back to here. Keith Bell says, this is fun. I enjoy it. Yes, when they go on their lunch break, I've got to run out quickly and pick up a few things too. So they usually go on break for about an hour and a half. I just leave it running, so if they do come back early, you guys aren't going to miss anything. So I just leave the stream running. I'll mute my end so you don't hear anything that's going on in my house. But thank God the grocery store is just down the street, so I'll take a quick run in the car and make it back again before they restart at lunch. So it seemed like, okay, so I missed a little bit. Anybody in chat, what was the judge upset about? Was there people that were subpoenaed to be there for jury duty that weren't there yet. Is that what he said? Yeah, it does. I'm there with you, lovely lyrics. It sounded to me like the judge was upset because somebody wasn't there that had been subpoenaed for jury duty. Or somebody got up from that was there for, yeah. You think so? Or somebody, they were all there, but somebody got up and went to the bathroom or something. You can't do that. When you're subpoenaed for jury duty, while all these explanations are being read to you and the judge is questioning the potential jurors, you can't leave for anything. So maybe that's, so how many of the jurors total did they start out with? They start out every day with 75. Now, you've seen how it's going this morning. He first asked if there's anybody that has extraordinary circumstances that would put them in undue hardship or cause undue hardship if they were to be put on the jury. So then the judge kind of questions them a little bit about what their excuse is. And he writes their jury numbers down, not their names, but he writes them down by number. And then once he's got all the numbers, he goes back and individually questions them to see if they have a good enough excuse to be dismissed. If he does, you don't know until a little bit later on. He will end up reading out a bunch that are to be dismissed. They then do like a little mini opening statement to the jury, explaining a little bit of what they have in their case. They then question the jury again on that. So it's a series of things, and people are dismissed throughout the day for whatever particular reason. But they start out with 75. Yesterday, after they dismissed people for good reason, or the prosecution or defense, or the prosecution and defense together have agreed on certain people being dismissed. That also happens. Also, the prosecution and the defense also get to question the jurors. Now, yesterday, I'm anxious to see what's going to happen today with that, when it gets to that part today, because the district attorney, Mr. Allen, basically just talked to all of those jurors that were left in the courtroom because some had been dismissed, right? So he openly spoke to them, asked them if they had any questions. And this is after their opening statement. And he basically talks to them on a whole. Based on what their answers are, like he doesn't pinpoint anybody in particular. He just says, I need you guys to answer this. Put up your hand if you want to give an answer on a question I'm going to ask. And he presents it to all of them. When it gets to the defense side, the defense was picking all the women and directly asking just that woman serious questions and stating like facts, like really gory. Oh, there's going to be evidence of stabs and gore, and can you stomach that? And he was just right off the wall yesterday, you guys. So to me, it seems he wants to try and get as many women off that jury selection pool as he can, because I think he feels women are a little bit more emotional when it comes to harming children. Like mothers have that instinct, right, to protect their kids. And I think he's really trying to get a lot of the females off. And the way he picks out a woman and the questions he poses to her are horrible. I mean, I think it goes a little too far. So it's going to be interesting today to see what he does. Let's watch for that later on today. If he does the same thing today and seems to really single out all the women. It's going to be interesting. I pick up on those things, you guys. Lovely Lyric says, I think it's interested in listening to this, but a lot of people are not interested. Yeah. There's going to be a lot more in here. I think yesterday we had like 180 somebody. Okay, so they're back, you guys. I can just hear that sound coming, so I think they're getting ready to come back. So thank you again, Kate Bell, for your super sticker. I so greatly appreciate it, and the channel appreciates it. Thank you so much. Yesterday, I think there was a good moment. Well, not a good moment, but a funny moment when one of the jurors was asking to be excused for good reason. The judge asked him, he says, well, what's your good reason? He says, well, I went to a wedding with the district attorney, Allen. He says, for one, and for two, everybody knows district attorney Allen is out of the 4th district. He says, I start next week working at the prosecutor's office of the 4th district. He says, okay, you can leave. So yeah, you can't be on the jury, bud. Oh, so that was one of the lighter moments, I guess, from yesterday. There was some of the excuses some of these jurors come out with are
Oh, good.
really far-fetched. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself. It sounds like they're coming back. I'll be back with you guys in the chat.
Council, approach for just a moment.
I'm going to mute myself so you guys can hear everything in court, and anything I post, I will post it right to chat.
I just wanted you guys to be aware that it was coming. I'm just going to excuse probably about 23 or 24 right now. I just wanted you to be aware so I didn't get into the numbers and you missed a bunch of them. Right.
Oh, he's going to excuse some already.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a great sense of humor too, lovely lyrics. Ooh, sounds like they are getting ready to dismiss some already. So somebody's really peeved off the judge. And this judge, you guys, is awesome. Awesome. I really like this judge. And also, what I forgot to mention yesterday, you guys, we still do not have the results back of this Dr. Lewis, this doctor that likes to try and get killers off their charges. We still don't know. The judge ordered that her evaluation.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to come back.
To be filed. I think it was by Friday, last Friday. And we don't know if that has even been filed from this Dr. Lewis. I think she's a nut job, but she tries to use brain injuries to try and get people off their charges, especially first-degree murder charges, and especially death penalty cases.
I apologize for the confusion. It's my fault. Because usually what I say before we take a break is that please remember where you are before you go, because we honor the 3rd grade seating chart here. And I didn't do that, and that's my fault, and I'm sorry for that. So if it is causing some confusion as to where some people should be, I think we're still missing a juror. We are... Right, we're missing number 5. I'm sorry. Yeah, I told him not to worry about it. All right, I think we have almost everybody. We're missing one, but that juror was going to be excused in any event. So I have taken the time to look through, or I've used the time to look through the juror list, and I'm going to excuse the following jurors at this point in time. So if you're excused, you can go ahead and leave and go about your business. You don't need to go back to the jury assembly room or anything else like that. So I'm going to, you okay? It's just one of those days. It's all right. Sometimes it happens. It's okay. All right. We might be able to get you a new one.
Yeah, probably.
It's okay. It's a Tuesday. All right. So if I excuse you, you can go ahead and leave and go on about your business. You don't have to report back to the jury assembly room. And everybody else needs to remain in their seats. So I'm excusing juror number 4 in the mask. In the front, juror number 12. Juror number 20 on the end. Juror 20 on the end. That would be you. You're excused. Yep. And I just remembered what I learned from yesterday, and that is to excuse the people in the back first. So I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to excuse juror number 71 in the back. 73. The gentleman next to you. 73. Yes, sir. 74. 68. And 67. Wait a minute. Yep. 68 and 67. Oh, 68. 67 is already gone. 67 was the gentleman with the heart condition.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now we're up to speed here. 62 on the end. Yes. 59. No, hold on. Don't, no, stop. Go back.
You're right.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's see, I had 60. 62. And 58. Thirty-five, 37, 39. And Drew Irving. And okay. So that worked a little bit better. All right. Okay. Now let's start the next part. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to have the staff hand out some witness lists for you. These are people that we anticipate will be witnesses in this case. The question that I'm going to have for you is take a look at it and let me know at the end if you know anybody that is on that witness list. Is council up to speed on who I excused, or do you need to see my sheet? Prosecution? Are you guys okay? Mr. Tellini, are you okay? Okay. There are a lot of witnesses, so if you want to write some names down or something like that, there are those notepads there on the bars in front of you and some pens if you need to do that, if you have a question about it.
The thing with that, Angie, is if they know that you want to be on this trial, they get rid of you really quick. So right now, you guys, we're down to only 65 jurors left. We only have, from day one, we only have 19. The magic number is 110. They have to get 110 potential juries to pick the jury from. Until they get to that number, they got to do this, what they're doing, what
I'm
you're
sorry, I didn't
seeing every
realize
day.
Todd left. I should have helped you. I'm sorry.
So right now we're only down to, we've got 65 left there. The more that are dismissed, the longer this jury selection process is going to go. So right now they've already dismissed 10. So we're down to 65 left. There's a questionnaire that they are doing right now. And if they know anybody on that witness list, they will be dismissed. So it's not a very big area or place. So the odds
Okay.
of knowing somebody on that witness
Ran a
list
little short.
is very high.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
So then he's going to question anybody that knows anybody on that witness list. So the jurors are handed a
Kathy,
list. They're
can
looking
you
over
get
the
that
list
door for
of
me,
the
please?
witnesses. And if you know anybody on that witness list, the judge is going to ask each individual juror, do you know, put your hand up if you know anybody on the witness list. And then he's going to question them as to how they know them, and then
Thank
decide
you.
whether he's going to dismiss them or not, depending on the relationship. Like if you just know of somebody, but you don't have a relationship with them, that doesn't get you automatically dismissed. Yes, a long way to go. Marie, I offered her the wrench before and she didn't want it. So I'm glad that she's got it now. Nana, where we go one, we go all. That's the power of family.
Got two more.
Yeah, that's what I was saying though, Lori.
All right, has everybody had, is there anyone who has not had a chance to look at the witness list yet? If so, please raise your hand.
If
All
you're
right, it looks like
anxious to
everybody
get on
has.
it,
Prosecution, is there anyone else that the prosecution intends to call as a witness in this case that is not on that list?
if you're
No, Your
anxious
Honor,
to get
thanks.
on it, they get rid of you.
Defense?
Yes, Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser and Caitlin Craig.
All right. Do any of you think you know, does any juror think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, looks like we have a couple. Let me start in the far back. Juror number 66, who do you think you know? Who? Okay, and how do you know Detective Sapp?
Somebody knows one of the detectives. That's okay, Nana.
Okay, okay. And I don't know, this is a potential list of witnesses. I don't know whether these witnesses are going to actually be called, and some of them may be important, some of them may not. Some of them may have, 2 minutes worth of testimony, and some may have 2 hours. I don't know. The question that I have for you is, could you judge Detective Sapp's testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony? Okay, all right, nope, that's fair.
You got an ad? Marie, how the hell did you get an ad? I never have those on. Ever. You guys know that. And we've only been here an hour and a bit. There she is. Hey, sister. You guys got an ad? And you guys know every Sunday
On the other hand, there it is.
I'm on for like 3 hours and you never, I don't know how that's happening.
Hold on a minute. Juror 45, who do you know? No, wait a minute. This woman here, you had your hand up? Yes, ma'am. In what? Right. What kind of job did that Josh Johnson have? Does that sound like the same person? Probably not the same person. Okay. All right. And was there another hand back here? Okay. In the back, and juror 61. Yes, sir. Brandon, last name? Bullard. Okay. Since the name sounds familiar and you're going from that, it sounds like not close friends. Okay. Suppose that this is the same Brandon Bullard that you knew. And I've had it happen where people don't realize they know somebody until they take the witness stand. And I remember one trial where a juror gasped, and I'm going, how bad is this? She just said her name and she was just going, oh, I remember. So we had to have a conversation with the juror, and she said, oh, I remember from school years and years and years ago. So the question is not whether you know them. The question is, can you judge that person's testimony just as you would judge anybody else's testimony? So the mere fact that even if this is the same Brandon Bullard that you may have known from high school, okay, so even if it's the same person that you may have known from high school, you can just look at their testimony just as you would anybody else's? Yeah, okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Oh, over here. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. Juror 15.
The F&E nurse,
The who?
the F&E nurse at UCL.
Amanda Ben,
Amanda.
Judge.
Okay. And how do you know her?
Co-workers, I used to manage the HIM department for UC Health centrally.
Okay.
And I've done medical records as well as the actual F&E medical records. I've looked through them. I've worked very closely with that department.
Okay. And again, I don't know how she fits in or what it is that she did. But would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would be able to judge anybody else's testimony?
I might give more credence based on the knowledge I have with medical records and stuff like that. So I might think that that would bear more validity.
Well, that's a little different question, because what I'm asking here is not so much the records or the work that she did, but her as a person. So suppose she comes in and she testifies about something that has absolutely nothing to do with the records or anything like that. Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. So do I have it right that what you're really looking at is you have some experience with the type of work that she does, and because of your familiarity with that work and having done some of that work at that facility, if she were to testify about that, you would give it more credibility.
Probably.
Okay. So he's just gone. Don't worry about it. Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to have the attorneys give you a 2-minute mini opening statement. It's just an opportunity for them to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors in this case, but it does give us a starting point for a conversation. With that, prosecution.
Morning. January 27th, 2020. Gannon Stauch, 11-year-old boy, was taken, brutally murdered. The evidence in this case will show that the person who murdered Gannon Stauch is the defendant seated over here to my right. And when you look at the evidence in this case, you have to evaluate it as to what's going through her mind at the time that she's killing Gannon. And the way you do that is look at her actions and what her actions were. What her actions were, stabbed him times. Gannon was fighting for his life. He had his arms up. He's got cuts on his hands, cuts on his arms. He's got 3 stab wounds to the chest. Got a stab wound to his head. Actions. He also took a blunt force object and crushed his skull. Fractured his skull. Actions. Then she took a gun. She had to get the gun. She fired that gun 3 times. One of them striking him in the chin, causing his death. But it's not only during the commission of the crime that the evidence is going to show that not only did she participate and do this crime, but she was legally sane at the time when she did it. Because she did actions afterwards. When she fired the gun, 3 shell casings come out. Those shell casings are never found because she took the time to pick them up. Not only did she take the time to pick up those shell casings, she took up the time to clean up the mess she made because he was killed in his own bedroom. And there was blood all over the wall. There was blood all over the mattress and blood on the floor. And she took the time and effort to clean that up so that she hopefully would not get caught.
Wrap up, please.
She also gave numerous versions of what happened to Gannon on January 27th, 2020. The first one was that he just went to a friend's house and ran away. She changed her story depending on what evidence was presented to her. At the conclusion of this case, you'll see that her actions led her to the charges, and we will be asking you to convict her of every charge that she's charged with, and we will be asking you to find her legally sane at the time that she killed Gannon Stauch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Defense?
What? All the things Mr. Young just told you, we're going to hear. A horrific, violent event, a brutal homicide. You're going to hear that Ms. Stauch afterwards gave numerous versions, stories. Afterwards, each growing in, each becoming more irrational, as she told. You'll also hear that the evidence circumstantially will clearly indicate that after this 11-year-old boy was killed, that he was stuffed in a suitcase, transported to Florida, discarded there, and left for over a month until his body was found. You're going to hear and see photos from the autopsy of that boy who had been brutally murdered and that was in a state of decomposition. We'll also hear, though, from Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Examined Ms. Stauch worked over the course of 3 days and 14 hours, who's from Yale, who's had 4 years of experience dealing with this, that based upon her interviews and her review of the mental health history that Ms. Stauch has had, that she, among other things, suffered from dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, that when this event took place, she was in a psychotic state and detached from reality, and in the opinion of Dr. Lewis, was insane. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You've heard the attorneys tell you a little bit about what they believe the facts in this case are and what the evidence will show. Please understand that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. What is evidence is when a witness comes in, raises their hand, swears to tell the truth, takes that seat and tells you what they have to say. And then there are rules of law and evidence that apply to their testimony as well. The attorneys never take that oath. They are paid advocates in hoping to convince the jury of a particular position. So nothing they say is evidence and is entitled to any evidentiary weight. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks that they may have heard something about this case, either I'll just say media in a wide variety to include Facebook, and I have no idea what's out there. But does anyone think that they've heard anything about this case in any form or fashion, from friends, from television, radio, print media, anything like that, and thinks they cannot set that aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom? Please raise your hand. Okay. Again, we're going to start in sections. So juror number 1, yes, ma'am.
It would be very difficult for me to be impartial. I just. My evaluation's the first one.
Okay. And there were other hands up here. Let me go in the back. That would be juror number 7.
I too have heard a lot on TV, seen a lot, and talked a lot about this, and I really don't think I can partial on this because I don't agree with the insanity. I really think it would be hard to change.
Okay. And you understand that, I mean, people are talking all kinds of what conclusions should be drawn from sanity evaluations, but there's not any evidence of that or why they concluded. You would actually hear the experts in this case make a determination regarding whether they, easy for me to say, why they did or didn't believe that she was sane at the time. Do you understand that? Okay. But you feel like your mind is made up pretty much? Okay. Front row and let's see. 2, 3, 6. So, juror 16?
I work at a grocery store and talk a lot with customers and other employees, and we've had quite a bit of conversation as everything's going on with that. And my mind is basically made up as well. And I have an 11-year-old son as well.
Juror 17?
Yeah, I'd like to believe that I could be impartial, but with an 11-year-old child. And from what I've heard, and I just accepting an insanity plea, it seems awful.
Okay. So for you, it's not the publicity issue, it's the 11-year-old issue.
It's that, and I mean, I remember reading about it. I didn't go into detail with it.
Right.
I remember having a very visceral, emotional reaction to the situation.
No, and I appreciate that response because we do a lot of different kinds of trials, and unfortunately, some of them involve young victims. We have this case does not involve it, but and that's kind of why I'm choosing the crime, even though it sounds and it is terrible, a sex assault on a child. We deal with those oftentimes. And I often hear from jurors say that they would have difficulty dealing with that kind of crime because it involves a child. And the question is whether or not you think that you can put that aside and just decide the case based on the facts. Do you think that you can do that?
Don't know.
Okay. All right. And was there another? I'll get to you in a minute. Was there another hand in the front? No. And juror number 6. Yes, ma'am.
Hard time with the incentive. I'm with my family and friends without.
What is it about? You said that you have difficulty with the insanity plea. What is it about that you have difficulty with?
I just don't believe that she's a.
Okay, and it could be if you haven't heard any evidence about this case yet, right? Okay, so it sounds as though I'm just trying to understand what that is based on if you don't have any evidence on it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And before I get too much further, I'm going to ask questions about insanity separately. What I'm trying to find out at this point in time is the issue with respect to publicity and whether or not there's anyone who believes that they would have difficulty setting aside publicity that they may have heard in this case and deciding the case based on the evidence. Is there anyone who feels that way? All right. Juror 8.
Yep. We were looking at houses actually in January of 2020, and we actually drove by, I think, where a lot of this was going on, and that, you know, we were curious about what was happening, and we looked into it a little bit. It's shocking here at that time, and as it's grown, we.
Okay. Would you be able to set aside the publicity aspect and decide this case based on the evidence?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And is there a certain certain things that you remember from the publicity that are causing you an issue, or?
I mean, I feel relatively biased on, what child deserves, what no one deserves. You know.
Okay. And I'm fairly certain, and I've presided over a lot of trials. And I think Mr. Tellini has painted at least some of what I anticipate the defense will be. And I don't think you're going to hear anybody in this courtroom say that this was deserved. I don't think, frankly, you would hear anybody in any courtroom say that this was deserved. The real question here is whether or not it meets the standards set forth for conviction, or has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and I'll get into that in just a minute. Again, at this point, I know it's hard for people who are not trained in the law, but at this point, I'm only asking a very specific, very discrete question. And that is, forget everything else, just with respect to publicity. Is there anything about the publicity that you think you could not set aside?
I'm not sure.
Okay. No, that's fair. Okay. All right. And back here, this section in the front row, any hands? No. Juror 55? Yes, sir.
My opinion on this is that I believe it's evading, talking about taking responsibility for it.
Oh.
Basically copying out and trying to shift the blame to something else other than the person.
Okay, let me stop you for just a moment, because those are all valid opinions and opinions that I need to know about. But my question is very narrow, very narrow. The only question that I'm asking at this time is whether or not there is any publicity that you have seen, heard, or experienced that you think you could not set aside. We're not talking about insanity. We're not talking about an 11-year-old. We're talking about just the publicity. I will get to those issues. I promise I will. But because of the way the law works, there's certain discrete ways that I have to go about doing it. So, and by discrete, I mean I need to know specifically what the legal basis is for something. So I'm just trying to find out if there's publicity that you've been exposed to that you think you cannot set aside.
It's the going to another state with file of a suitcase. That's
Okay. All right. On this side, in the front, juror 31, you have the most, that would be you, the one with the unique purse.
Yeah, there has been lots of. I've been wild out in the area.
That's where you grew up? Okay.
Sister lived right around the corner from where this happened. I didn't participate in part of it, but all the publicity that has been going on, my mind is kind of been made up. And I'm positive I can't overcome.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? Okay, second row, juror 43, striped shirt. That's you. Yes.
I don't think I did. All kinds of things.
Okay. Juror 44. No, the girl in the sweat in the gray sweatshirt. Did you? Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. Okay. Juror 45. No, that's all I need. Let's see. Oops. And let's see, that would be juror, I think you're in the wrong place. Yes. Okay, because I have, yeah, that's what I have, but I have him as being excused.
No, I still have them.
Okay, all right, then I must have marked it off wrong. Okay. Juror 47, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I experienced emotionally.
Okay. That's what I was confused a little bit when you said the construction site, not on this house, but there was a construction out in the area. And so you drove by in that area every day. Okay, I got it. That's what I was a little confused there for a minute. Okay. Okay, next row back. You're 57? Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that I changed the case. The foster children, I adopted the last 3. Don't, that I can be truly get what she may need. Wrong of me to do that. But my heart is already tearing for this child. I had a cousin that was stabbed 27 times in Arizona. Then had her body part of my family. I just don't think that this is where I would.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? Row behind. And last row, juror number 70.
So, social media aspect, I'm on all kinds. I'm on all. But and from day one, I
Okay. Anyone else in that background? All right. All right. Now I want to talk a little bit about the process and the law that applies to this case before I move into a different area. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. You may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying on the witness stand. And, depending on how you view the testimony, you may believe all of the testimony of a witness or part of it or none of it. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. This means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case and the defendant is presumed innocent. That won't change or hasn't changed simply because the attorneys have told you what they believe the evidence in the case will show. Now, someone may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong or else you wouldn't be here. However, that's an improper question. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of charges against the defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome that presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may find it helpful to think of the charges in this case as similar to a recipe from a cookbook. When we get to the end, there'll be charges, and each one of those charges has certain elements. And the prosecution must prove each one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose for a moment that you wanted to have a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up. You added some ham, you added some mushrooms, you added some cheese. In that event, you might have a really nice ham and cheese omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, the prosecution has to prove a Denver omelet. No substitutions on the menu are allowed. Proving a ham and cheese omelet isn't enough. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they have charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you think you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everyone wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear both sides, right? But that's an improper question, because that's not the process that we follow in a court of law. This isn't the Maury Povich or Jerry Springer show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. The defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it isn't evidence. It does not prove anything and must not be considered for any purpose. Sometimes you will hear attorneys ask jurors questions that are intended to elicit a response from you, such as, Well, I know if I were accused of something, I would make sure that I took the stand and told my side of the story. That's probably a pretty natural response from everybody. I get that a lot from jurors. But as I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anyone know what the number one psychological fear in the population is? It's higher than a fear of dying, and most people find it even scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Yep, public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down here and have you speak in front of everybody else, and sometimes get asked about some very private matters in your life in front of a bunch of complete strangers. All of you have been subjected to questioning by myself. Soon you'll be subjected to questioning by the attorneys, and I want you to think on that experience. Were you nervous? Were you uncomfortable? If you had a choice, would you choose not to be questioned? The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify, and it's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence that has been presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot give the defendant the presumption of innocence to which she is entitled in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay. Juror number 5. Tell me about that.
I think all murders should be death penalty cases. I think the insanity defense should not exist.
Okay.
I could go on.
No, I understand your feeling, and do you need some water back there? Are you doing okay?
They're kicking my butt.
Okay. All right. If there's anything that we can do, throat lozenges, anything like that?
They'll pass in the second hand.
No, it's okay. I just want to see if there's anything that we can do to help you. Okay. All right. No, I understand that. And I understand your feelings. And juror number 6, you had your hand raised. Tell me about that.
I just made up my mind.
Okay. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 7.
Made up my mind too, and I just don't think I'll be able to change it.
Okay. Juror number 8.
I feel like I made my mind. Insanity.
Okay. I'm glad you did that because I almost missed it. Juror number 10. Okay. And in the front row? Oh, no, I already got that. Actually, juror number 1. Okay. Yes. Tell me about that. Juror number 1. Okay. In the front row, juror number 13.
I don't know how I got lucky enough to be 13, but my problem is, I mean, if you kill somebody, you kill somebody. Whether you're insane while you do it, you still killed them. The insanity thing is.
Okay. Let me see if this helps. Okay. Because it's a really complex area of the law. And somebody else had mentioned the death penalty, and Colorado does not have the death penalty anymore. It did for a while, and I actually presided over a death penalty case. And even when the law recognized the death penalty, you could have a first-degree murder, but constitutionally, not every first-degree murder was eligible for the death penalty. At the time that Colorado had a death penalty, there were 17 aggravators that could be considered to determine whether or not the death penalty should be imposed. One of which was killing a number of people in a number of different episodes. Another one was doing it in a reckless fashion. So that's why it was applied in the Aurora Theater shooting. So because you had a number of murders there, you also had it done in a reckless manner. It wasn't targeted in any specific person. So that's what that was about. One of the issues about murder and sanity, if you are selected to serve as a juror, you will receive an instruction that is worded by lawyers. I just don't know how else to say it. And it says every physical act must be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And that's actually the language that it uses. And the reason for that is people can do things and certain actions happen, but you're not always held responsible for that unless some other mental state was going on. Oftentimes, the easiest thing to deal with are tickets because that just requires a certain act. You're going 65 in a 50. We don't care whether you meant to do it. We don't care whether you knew you were doing it. Those sorts of things. The sheer act of doing 65 in a 50 is enough. In other cases, criminal law is designed to modify behavior. And if you don't know that you're doing something, or you have a condition that is occurring such that you don't understand exactly what's going on, and I've had cases where insanity was pled before as well. I had one where a person beat their mother to death with a guitar. And I won't go into the long facts of that, but ultimately the law takes the position that it is not proper to hold somebody responsible for an act that maybe they didn't know that they were doing or that they didn't intend to do under the circumstances. Does that sort of make sense?
I guess yes, but
Okay. And then I'll get to the insanity part, which is a little bit different. Because the insanity part is that there was, and I have the instructions, and if you're selected to serve as a juror, you'll get those. But the insanity part is intended to have the jury closely examine the mental state of the person at the time the crime was committed. Because each act has to be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And the prosecution has the burden of proving both of those beyond a reasonable doubt. Does that make sense so far? Okay. So in an insanity plea, what the jury focuses on is the culpable mental state issue and whether or not there was that mental state that is associated with that crime. It could be, in Colorado, there's a number of different ones. There's intentional, there's knowingly, there's reckless, and that's pretty much it. So, but all of those have different, very specific definitions. And so the question is, was something going on such that they couldn't form a particular mental state? Does that make sense?
it does. The problem I have with it is at the time of the crime, this was this mental state. They're being evaluated after the fact. How do we know what that mental state is at the time that somebody's getting killed?
It's, and that part I get, and that part is for the experts. And you would also get an instruction if you're selected to serve as a jury, you'll get an instruction about what an expert is and those sorts of things. But ultimately, the last sentence of that instruction reads, you may believe all, part, or none of the testimony of an expert. So you can listen to what they have to say, You can say, this makes sense. In the Aurora Theater shooting, it did. In other cases, in the case that I had where the young man killed his mother, it did. And I actually was the one that made the decision in that case. That case was tried to me. So whether you believe something or not is an entirely different question. And I'm not asking that. And there's nobody that's going to ask you that, because that's improper. That's invading the juror's province. What you choose to believe is up to you. The question is whether or not, simply because it's an insanity defense, you're going to say, just not going to happen. Don't care what the law is. Not going to follow it. I just don't believe in it. And that's my question for you. Do you, or could you look at this and say, well, I don't know what the evidence is going to show. It might not. I don't know. Where are you on that scale?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know what you don't know, right? I haven't been
Right.
presented with evidence and.
No, and that's fair. And that's all I'm asking for is an honest answer. And sometimes the honest answer is, I don't know. And it sounds like maybe you have to wait until you get there. It sounds like, but at this point, you don't know. That's fair. All right. Anyone else in this? Okay. Juror 15?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure on if I'd be able to actually do that, and it's coming from a personal place. And having had some experiences as a child as well, and culturally, I think it would be really difficult for me to be unbiased
Okay.
in my responses, and how I would internalize that mentally.
You said something there, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I certainly don't want it to come across that way. But you said culturally, and I didn't. Give me some context.
I was raised in the West Indies on one of the islands, and what happens is, and I can speak because I was raised there, and most of my family's from there. I do see that a lot of child abuse does happen, and it's natural. It's like normalized. Okay, so
Okay.
I mean,
Quite widely accepted.
yeah, it's
Okay.
generally accepted.
Okay.
To put you in your place, and that's the
Got it. Okay.
understanding.
All right.
Right? So like personally, I've been hit with pots in my head. I've been beat with brooms. I mean, I've been hit with hangers, and this is normal. Okay, so I would really have a difficult time processing that and really coming to a place where I would be unbiased. And that's just the honest truth.
Okay. No, thanks for giving me some context. I understand it a little bit better. Juror 16, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
Being a father of an 11-year-old boy, I don't think I can be unbiased in this situation.
Jurors, did you have juror 17? Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
You talked to us about presuming innocence, right? But when I hear, if by reason of insanity, what I hear is really she's guilty. We have to decide whether or not her mental state excuses that.
You know, you have probably saved a lot of people 3 years of law school. Because to an extent that kind of is accurate. It is, go ahead. No, come on. You sort of hit on an issue with respect to sanity, which is the mens rea. Here's what you need to keep in mind. The prosecution always, always, always has to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. So in this case, the instruction, it always starts out with, in the state of Colorado, on or about the date and place, and it actually has that kind of numbered out. And then it will say with intent, and then it will have some other descriptors. And they have to prove every single one of those things. And then at the very bottom, I think it's paragraph 6, or the very last paragraph will be, the prosecution also will have to prove essentially that she was sane at the time. They have to prove that she was sane. So with every case, the prosecution has to prove everything. There's no assumption necessarily that she did anything. As I said, if I give you a verdict form right now, you would have to find her not guilty because there's been no evidence that's been presented.
Well, I understand that in theory, but I can't accept that logically. That's what I'm struggling with.
What, help me understand the logic issue.
Understand that, we haven't had any evidence presented to us. That 2 lawyers speak to us. They both agreed on the circumstances. Nobody said, no, she didn't do it. Just said that she was in a particular mental state.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm struggling with, because
Okay.
I don't know that it would matter what mental state she's in. I still think there's a punishment due.
Okay.
I'm struggling. I don't know that excuses anything.
Okay. Let me deal with both of those issues. Because they are separate. The defense, I'm sorry, let me back up. The prosecution will always have to prove everything. So they're going to have to prove that this crime occurred. They're going to have to prove that it occurred in a specific way. They'll have to show a manner of death. They'll have to show all of those kinds of things. They will have to show that it was this defendant and not somebody else that did it, or somebody unknown that did it. So they'll have to tie it to this defendant. Then the issue about punishment that you brought up. In the law, the position that is taken in the law is that if you have this mental state, so you either knew what you were doing or you intended to do what you did, and that caused you to act in a certain way, which resulted in the commission of a crime, then you should be punished for that. That makes sense, right? On the other hand, if you committed some acts, but you didn't intend for that to occur as defined by the law, or you didn't know that that was going to occur as defined by the law, and there's definitions of what intentional means and knowing means, so you'd have to figure out whether that applies or not, then the law takes the position that you shouldn't be punished for that because you didn't have control over the physical action that took place. As a result, you shouldn't be punished to the same extent as somebody who intended for that to occur and really set about a plan for that to occur. Does that sort of make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
I just don't know that I can put away
Okay.
I don't know that I can put aside how I feel right now, regardless of that. That's what I'm struggling.
No, and let me get to this very last part. That's where the insanity comes in, because if the jury were to determine that the defendant first of all committed this crime, and the defendant was insane at the time that the crime was committed, there would actually be a verdict finding to that that says that. Then what happens is the defendant is committed to, it's actually the custody of the Department of Public Health and Safety, and is committed to their custody and placed in a facility, a mental health facility, until such time as sanity can be restored. The idea being under the law that we do impose punishment on people who should and ought to be responsible for their actions. If somebody is determined not to be responsible for their actions because of a mental defect or mental health issue or something of that nature, then the idea is to get them the treatment or the help that they need so that they can be restored to a better mental functioning.
So what happens if she's deemed to be changed 10 years?
I don't have the answer to that. What I can tell you is that there are hearings that go through a person, if a person is found to be insane, they go through hearings because I've had those. So there are hearings that take place after that. There's a whole process for it, and it's long and it's complicated. So that's why I'm not explaining it. And does that help you understand it? May not change your mind, but it helps you understand a little bit more.
Yep.
Is that fair? Good. Okay. All right. Anyone else in the first row? First row over here. You're 23. Yes, sir.
Exactly the same.
Okay.
Struggle to put any kind of belief in a psychologist or psychiatrist or whichever one it is.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand what the issue is. Because who you choose to believe and what evidence you choose to believe, if you're selected to serve as a juror, that's your call. I'll just stand up, it'll be easier. That's your call. And
I understand that.
okay. So the issue, it sounds as though the issue is you're not sure that you would believe a psychologist or psychiatrist. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Anyone else in that front row? Yeah, you're on deck. 41. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I think similar to the gentleman in the dark jacket, I feel similarly. It seems awful convenient, that this person is being that they're, well, after this event occurred. To kind of couple on top of that, I don't have to be unbiased. My father just retired after 27 years in law enforcement. He's a police officer, a sergeant, a commander. And so growing up, when you have someone like that in your life, you can believe a lot of the things that they talk about and they believe. So kind of coupling all of this together from what other people have said as well. My mind's already made up. I have an opinion already, and I think going into this, it would be extremely hard, if not impossible, to sway what I've already kind of moved in my head.
Okay. All right. Juror 55, now we can talk about the issues that you had about the sanity and those sorts of issues. Did you have anything else that you wanted to tell me?
Well, Your Honor, I go, say once again, I just think it's trying to convey responsibility.
Okay.
Aspect. Kind of about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else in that row? No. All right. Over here, first row. Juror 31.
I want to go back to this juror hit on a good point. Could you keep an innocent until proven guilty? It sounds like from everybody's openings, guilty until proven innocent. Because nobody did, she didn't do this. Everybody seems to agree she did do this. What her state of mind was. And then I'm gonna go back here where he just said cop out with the word in my head. Cop out is me coming, I have a mental health background. I've worked in mental health before. And I was just a mental health tech for I worked in mental health hospital. And working with patients. I've had one patient tell me literally, like I could kill you up in here. He was like, I'd like to, I wouldn't do it. But if I'm a mental health patient, what's gonna happen? And So, yeah, I'm just not, I'm really not.
Anyone else in this front row? Next row, and juror 44. Yes, ma'am.
I work in childcare and I also have a background. I feel like for the
Um, uh, Juror 45. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I, I think I understand from everything that you've said. Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? No. And the row behind, that would be juror 57.
I still go back to the thing of, I cannot change how I feel and what I think about this case.
Okay.
A child that somebody who is supposed to be taking care of them and staff from that. Have a very hard, I could not give her what she needs. My mind has been made up. I hate to say that, but I cannot change something.
Okay. Anyone else? Row behind. Juror 65.
I'll just say I appreciate the way you're handling and explaining it. But the more you explain it to me, it makes me firm on where I'm at. God's law. God's law has already been stated, basically. Colorado is giving her a way out of penalty. I do not think Colorado law supersedes God's law. That's at the root of an awful lot of discussion here. The question was, can I give her the presumption of innocence? And we're not, you haven't asked to get out people. Yet. But the question is so intertwined that I can't allow a presumption of innocence.
Right.
I'll keep it that, but I can go further, but I appreciate that.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in that same row? One in the back, aside from number 70. No. All right.
This is bad, you guys, really bad. Like at this time yesterday, at this, how far we are into this, we still had like 58 jurors. And I think like,
I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. The question that I have for the jurors is, do any of the potential jurors know each other?
I think we're down to like the high 30s right now. And yesterday afternoon, we lost tons. We lost more
No? Okay.
in the afternoon, morning.
Council, approach for a minute, please.
So while they're doing that, you guys, I'm going to give you an idea. Once they go on lunch break, when they come back from lunch, the prosecution is going to be able to do their spiel with their questions and that to the jury pool that are there that are left. And then the defense gets the same thing. They can, and they pick out this defense guy. Oh my God, this defense attorney, he really goes hard on the women. And a lot dropped yesterday afternoon. The most.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back, and before we go this time, we do honor the third grade seating chart. So remember where you are, and remember to take that seat when you come back. But if I can have everyone back in the courtroom at say 11:45, and here's what you can expect. You already saw me excuse a number of people this morning already. My plan is to excuse some more before lunch. That's why we're taking the break now, so that I don't have you have to wait around and come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30 or something like that. I need everybody to go out in the hallway, and then we will have you come back in at 11:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so right now what he's going to do is the DA Allen and the defense is going to talk with the judge. The judge is going to let them know which ones he wants dismissed. The prosecution and the DA are going to give their reasons why they want some dismissed. When they come back from this little 10-minute break, the judge is going to list all the other jurors that are going to be dismissed. So I think once he does that, we are going to be either into the very low 40s, but I think more in the 30s, the high 30s, that we're going to have left for potential jurors. Yesterday afternoon, we had quite a few. We still had 58 left when they went to lunch, and most of them all dropped in the afternoon.
Okay. Is there anything that we can help you with?
No, it's just allergies.
No, I get that.
Sniff dust and yeah.
Okay.
So if history repeats itself, usually the vast majority of ones that are going to be dismissed is usually in the afternoon after the prosecution and district attorney have a chance to question jurors. So just to let you know, when they do go for lunch, you guys, this stream will be staying up.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Give me a couple of minutes to work through some things here to make sure that gotten everybody.
So the end of the day, we were left with 19 yesterday.
Don't get up, because there'll be a day where it'll come in.
I just stopped talking when they talk. They usually mute their mic. So out of the 75 that went through the court yesterday, only 19 were kept. We need 110. So with yesterday's jurors and today's jurors, I think they're going to be with less than 19 at the end of the day today. That's only like 30. We still got.
Mr. Allen, I don't mean this to be insensitive, but I thought that I had seen this as a piece of evidence somewhere in the case. Was Gannon autistic?
There were only early concerns that he had something like that, but he was ADHD.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Not autistic.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, they usually have their mics muted for the breaks, you guys. Yes, you're very welcome. I wasn't planning on doing this today, but I got a lot of feedback from everybody saying they wanted to hear it. So I
don't know if
am.
you want to be muted or not, but I just got a text that you were okay.
Yeah, no, it's still open and it should be. The jury's out, but we should still be broadcasting because it's still open. If somebody wanted to be in the back, that would be okay. So let's see.
Yeah, chronic pain with the.
But that does raise the question: are we doing okay otherwise?
Haven't picked up anything today.
So your microphones then they cannot hear you.
That's my understanding.
Over WebEx. Okay.
I can check over lunch though.
Yeah, please do. That's good to know. Because that means I can control it from up here, and that's a good issue. So
see.
The thing is with it going so fast like this is the people dropping. We need to get this jury pool set so they can choose their jury. We need 110. Every day they bring in 75. We could have this done in 2 days, but they need 110 potential jurors that pass all this questioning and interviews and everything that's happening as you see today. And then from that 110, they break it down and then keep breaking it down until they've got a jury of 16, 12 jurors and 4 alternates. It's a process even once they hit that 110. But I mean, even getting to this 110, if we're going at only 10 to 19 a day, that's going to be a while. So I will cover this as much as I can, you guys. Like I said, I do have an outside job. I don't rely on YouTube to pay my bills. So that's why I say your super chats, super stickers, everything, even hitting that like button, I appreciate it all because it does help. And it allows me to spend more time on here doing this and bringing this to you. Because then I can kind of balance things out with what I've got to do in my real life here outside of YouTube. Like I've got bills to pay too. So I do have to do that. I have been able to do some of it while I am streaming this. And I'm just hoping any day that I can do it and still be able to do my work
Okay.
that I have to do, I will do that for you guys. I
So
promise.
as the jurors are not present in the courtroom, these are the additional strikes that I would make
Thank
at
you.
this point in time.
Thank you, Marie.
You guys ready?
I got to write these down. So.
Juror 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17, 23, 41. And I'm sorry, this is where my numbering gets a little bit off. I jump around a little bit more. 55, 31, 44, 45, 57, 65, 70, 47. So,
Is that last one 47?
7, 8, 9,
Pardon?
10, 11,
47 was the last one, yeah.
16,
And
17, 18, 19. That's 19 right there.
yes, and actually, I was going to say, I'll go through the list and tell you who I still have left. Okay. I have jurors 2, 3, 9, 11, 13, 14. Let's see, what would that be? Yeah, that's right. They're done on the whole. 18, 19, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32,
Thank you, Marie.
33, 42, 46, 48, 50, 51, 52, 56, 60, 61, 63, 64, 66, 69, 72, and 75.
That's the only one that I think you didn't include was 43. I don't think any of us at this table have marked off 43.
43 should be marked off.
Should be.
Should be, yes. If I missed that, I'm sorry. She should be marked off. That is the woman with the striped shirt. It was in the second row back there. Mr. Young?
If I may, I'd just
20.
like to supplement the record.
Go ahead.
When I was at the bench, I requested that you read the full definition of insanity for the jury. The people are concerned, and I understand where the court was going with that because you were focusing on the culpable mental state aspect of the insanity, but we're concerned that the way the record reads, an appellate court may look at that and say you didn't give the entire instruction. And so we would request that you do that after the break, and I could provide you at least a copy of the instruction that we have.
I have them.
If you have them, that'd be great. I don't know what the defense's position is on that.
I'll ask that in a minute, but I do have the instructions if necessary, but anything else, Mr. Young?
No, just that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Defense, what's your position? Yeah, I'm not inclined to do it at this point in time, largely because what I was trying to do was, and I hope I did a okay job, decent job, in trying to explain that what we try to do in the criminal law is modify behavior for someone who does have the ability to control their actions and chooses not to, as opposed to somebody who acts but doesn't have the ability to control those acts. And I don't, insanity is a complicated area of the law. It has specific instructions for it. And I know that we would be talking about mental disease or defect and moral obliquity and mental depravity and those sorts of things. And I think at this point in time, we would end up instructing people who aren't jurors. So I'm not inclined to do that. I may revisit that depending on how far it goes and where it goes. I understand the jury is struggling with what we understand an insanity defense to be, which is, it actually is legal avoidance. I mean, that's what it is. It is, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean that in a definitional way. It is typically, insanity is, there is an agreement that certain, or an admission that certain acts occurred, but that the law provides an excuse, which is how it's defined. That's legally how it's defined, as an excuse, which excuses the behavior. In this case, that's all I was trying to convey, was that that's what it's for. The defense in this case, I recognize, has the right in every case to require the prosecution to prove every element of the charge that has been brought against the defendant. And at this point, it sounds like it's a tactical decision, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not faulting the defense for that. It does, however, leave the jurors who are not legally trained in a position of trying to understand and unravel a complex legal issue. So that's it. Mr. Tolini, did you have any other record?
I did, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I understand that the statute has been previously challenged and been found constitutional, that had the unity as opposed to the bifurcated sanity versus guilt phase.
Mhm.
I think we have some pretty clear evidence that this jury, or the jurors that we uphold, have a difficulty time with that, and specifically difficulty with the presumption of innocence as it goes to the fact phase of the first degree murder. And again, I understand that, but I'm just making the record. It's my opinion that we have evidence that it is impacting the presumption of innocence. And at this point in time, I would be moving to bifurcate the fact element of the trial versus the sanity element.
All right. Prosecution?
And we would object to that. That'd be a violation of the law, and obviously it'd be certainly overturned if there were a conviction in this.
Well, I agree it would be in violation of the statute. I don't know that it would be overturned. It would all depend on whether or not they agree that the statute should be overturned. But the way that the law currently is in the state of Colorado is, and it has been found to be constitutional, is that they are both tried at the same time. I, unfortunately, had been practicing long enough to recall a time when they were not. So I understand where the argument comes from. But the statute now is that they are tried at the same time and determined by the same jury based on the same evidence. So the motion is denied. You'll have that for purposes of appeal if you choose to pursue that.
And then the only other thing would be my request, Your Honor. I think that the law is clear that the jurors can be informed that they find Ms. Stauch not guilty by reason of insanity, that she would be put in the custody of the department, CMHIP, more or less. I would object though to any explanation from the court, any further explanation about what the process would be after that as far as her release or so forth. I think that kind of is getting towards punishment, and I understand the juror was asking the questions, but I would be
I was
objecting that
thrown.
in future.
I was thrown by it myself. So in the future, I will just explain that there is a statutory process to resolve that, and leave it at that. So, okay. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. These are the jurors that will be excused. And we will have those other jurors that will be coming back this afternoon. Prosecution, do you agree with the jurors that I read?
Yes.
Defense, do you agree with the jurors I read? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and bring them all in that we have left or that are gone. Oh, that are gone. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna mute while he does this, you guys, just to double check my numbers here and make sure. Karen Rose, I will check into that before I leave. For the lunch break. This will stay up for the lunch break, you guys. So when the lunch break is over, we will be picking right up where it left off here. You'll be able to hear it as soon as it starts again. I'm not going to make 2 separate live streams. I'm just going to leave this one going. And it will pick up as soon as they are back from lunch after he dismisses the jurors that he is about to dismiss right now. Karen, I haven't seen it, so I can't verify it. I'm not saying what the prosecution is saying isn't verifiable. I'm just saying I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. So everybody here knows that I don't post anything unless I've seen it with my own eyes. I have no problem giving you credit for bringing it to my attention, but I just have to see it first with my own eyes. And that is to stay out of all the drama, because the true crime community, there's tons of drama. So that protects me from being brought into all the drama. So they can't accuse me of putting out fake information and whatever. So please understand that. It's nothing personal, believe me. And thank you again, Marie Burks. Yep, the stream will stay up, Lovely Lyrics.
Okay.
Okay, so while he reads out, once everybody comes in and he starts reading these out, I will mute myself.
Everybody? All right.
Then I'll go check on the Vallow thing.
Record should reflect that the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is read off the names, or I'm sorry, the numbers of the jurors that will be excused. So at this point, and I don't want you to leave until I tell you to leave, and the reason for that is I want to make sure that I have the right groups. So it would be juror number 1, juror number 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17, and forgive me, this is where I start to jump around a little bit. 23, 41, which would be there on the end. 55, which is also on the end. 31. So you, ma'am? Yep. That's a great purse. That is just, I saw that when that was up earlier and I was just looking at it and I was going, what would be even better is if it actually worked. Does it really? No. That's amazing. Okay. I won't have you demonstrate. 31, 44, 45, 43, 57, 65, You know what? It's going to be easier for you guys if I come back there, isn't it? Well, let's do this again. So it would be. Five, 7. Seven. 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 From either county, anybody that you think that I have missed. For those people that I named or that I gave you the numbers for, you can go ahead and leave now. Wait, before you all get out the back door, is that somebody's backpack? That's yours, okay, no, it's good, I just wanted to make sure that somebody hadn't left, okay. Nope, you're still here. You are juror 27, you're still here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'll give you a little bit of a plan going forward so that you can see where we're going and what's happening. When we're gonna take a break until about 1:15. And then so if I can have all of you back in the hallway at 1:15 to come back into the courtroom. What will happen at that point in time is that the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask questions themselves. I've been asking all the questions so far. They'll have an opportunity to ask you some questions about some issues that they have in the case. They are limited in time. If they appear to be rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them, because I'm the one that's making them do it. Then what will occur is when we get done with all of that, I may have some follow-up questions, and then ultimately there may be some other people that will be excused. Ultimately, when we get to the end of the day, what we plan to have occur is that there will be jurors that will come back on, we're still in the April 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We will have jurors come back at 9 o'clock on April 3, because that's when we hope to start evidence in this case. What you can do when you take your break, I know that you're going to have a spouse, significant other, somebody who may be interested in your general welfare, wondering what's going on. You can tell them that you are in jury selection for this case. You can tell them that it is this case. It is the case against Ms. Letecia Stauch. You can tell them that. You can tell them that you anticipate that the trial, if you are selected as a juror, the trial would last 6 weeks. You can tell them that it may be that you're having to come back on April 3 for further jury selection. That is all that you can tell them. You can tell them nothing else. You cannot tell them anything about your answers on the questionnaire. You can't tell them anything about the questioning this morning. And you can ask for their help. Because as you may have guessed, this case has garnered some attention in the community and in the media. If you are selected as a juror in this case, you're going to have to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom, not on something else. And I'll go into a lot more detail on that if you are selected as a juror. But you can ask for their help to help you avoid any sort of further exposure to anything that has to do with this case. So if you tell your significant other or a family member that you are on this case and they say, I heard all about that and I have certain opinions on that, you can say, please keep those opinions to yourself. Do not share them with me and help me avoid exposure to those opinions and those things from other people as well. Because, and you can tell them that the judge told you to do that. That puts the burden on me, not on you. I'm married to a woman who has a lot of strong opinions about a lot of things, and she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So I will sometimes go home and she'll ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her, and if I'm in trial, she'll say, "What did the witnesses have to say?" I'll start to tell her, and she'll look at me, and at some point she'll go, "You didn't really believe that, did you?" And pretty soon I'm having a conversation about what I should and shouldn't believe with somebody who wasn't even here. You can't do that. So to avoid all of that, you just say, "The judge said I can't talk to you about it." As I said, that puts the burden on me, because if I were just to tell my wife, "Look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore," it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this way it avoids all of that unpleasantness. There is a bistro that's in the basement. There's also, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon, but most of them are north. And if we can have you back in the hallway at 11:15, or I'm sorry, at 1:15, we should be able to start right on time at that point. So don't discuss this case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. The only things that you can tell people are what I told you that you can tell them. Thank you. We'll see you then. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, you guys, let me get this banner up.
Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook, I don't know exactly how to approach this subject. Maybe you can talk about it or think about it. I would like to find a way to determine, if we set the microphone back up on the table, whether they can hear your conversations. But I also
get feedback with you guys.
Okay.
Okay, so they will be back in an hour.
That's fine. I would just like to know the answer to it so that
during that
okay,
time,
perfect.
I've got to run out and get some parcels delivered.
Is there anything else we need to address at this point in time?
And I'm going to
Prosecution?
try and get as much of my
Defense?
work that I got to
Okay.
do here
All right,
done.
so we will be back and ready to go at
During
1:15.
this lunch
Thank you.
break. So, but this is going to stay up. So as soon as they do come back, you guys will hear it again, starting right here. I'm not going to end the feed or anything.
So by
It's
my-
going to stay up. Okay, lovely lyrics. Go take a rest, hon. Thank you, right on, Josephine. I appreciate you. Unspoken Butterfly, yes. I got to run out and get this stuff mailed out. It's stuff that I do in my off YouTube job. I've got to get that mailed out to the government for all my clients. I got to get them mailed. And then I will be back. I'll do as much work as I can here and chit chat as much as I can during the break with you guys. This is just my life right now. And I thank you guys for your patience while I do that, because this is the only way I can bring you guys the live stream. So I have to be able to do my work here too. So let me do that. I'm going to run out quick. It should only take me about 20 minutes. When I come back, I will put the chat and everything back up for myself so I can see it as I'm trying to get some more of my work done here. And doing this, yes, too. I'm in a lot of pain too, lovely lyrics. So I understand exactly what you're going through. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to get this done, you guys. I will see you back after the lunch break. This is going to stay up. So feel free to chat if you guys want during the break. And I will be back in chat very shortly. My mods will be here to keep everything running smoothly. So I will see you guys then. And thank you for being here. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hey, hey, everybody. I am back. I'm back. Well, that was a record time. So I made up a little tray for myself with some veggies and fruit. Apparently, I'm not allowed to eat much else, so I grabbed everything I needed, got my mail mailed out. All in 30 minutes, you guys. I'm impressed. So they should be starting back up soon. Hey, Nana. Yeah, well, it's only like 3 blocks from me, so I jumped in the car and I zoomed over there. I probably looked like a maniac running through the stores, but the mail, thank God, usually there's a long line up there to get your stuff mailed out. There was no line whatsoever. Luck on my side there. And then the other stores either. I had to go and get some fresh fruits, veggies, and some more chicken. No lineups at all. And then I went to the fruit stand, no lineups. So it's like I'm rocking today. It's like today's my day. I'm getting to work while I stream this and get to see all you lovely people. You should have seen me. It was like a little Tasmanian devil. Like people are just looking sideways at me, and it's like I got my Adidas on. I'm going. Thank you, mods, Nana, Des, Marie. Thank you for being here. Thank you for covering for me. So a lot of things that I'm worried about right now. The biggest thing I think for all of you that were here yesterday, I'm worried about when the defense attorney, I'm not sure exactly which one it is that's doing the questioning in that, but when it's his turn to question now the jurors that are left, that's the prosecution goes first. They breeze through it. They don't lose anybody yesterday. But when the defense got up and started the gory details and things that they were saying to these jurors and pointing out selected jurors, and they just happened to be female, and the gore and everything, how he was talking about the crime, like it was enough to make, like I was ready to puke. And that's where they dropped so many that they had left. So, oh, Nana, you are always welcome here. You're family. Everybody here, family. My subscribers are family, but Nana, I love you. You know that. I'm always happy to see ya. So if I go quiet for a minute or so, it's because I'm eating my little plate there that I got. I just sliced up some cooked chicken and raw veggies and fruit. Ricky Racer. Oh, God. Okay, I can't lie. I got a pepperoni stick, too. I'm not supposed to be eating that, but we're not going to tell anybody, okay? You can't just eat bland stuff. I figured the fruits, the veggies, both raw, and the boiled chicken will outweigh the few little slices of pepperoni I have here. guys talking about here? Spirit animals. Mine's an eagle. Believe it or not, mine is an eagle. But my favorite animal is a wolf. But you got to go back in your lineage, right, to see what your spirit name is. Spirit animal name. I was given an eagle. Probably because I catch everything. Like, I watch everything. They said I got an eagle eye. And you guys will know this. Like, when I'm reading through court documents and everything, I'll see every little error that they made in spelling and wording, everything. So it makes sense, I guess. Guys, I'm going to give you a word of advice. Don't eat strawberries with pepperoni. It's not good. Aww, I love you, Nana. I love you so much. Kurt is up to wonderful shit, too. I shouldn't have said that word. Sorry. I take it back. I'm sorry. Nana, run. Get the soap. He's up to some big stuff, you guys. If you haven't checked him out lately, go on over and check him out. He's going hard on the Suzanne Morphew case. And Linda Stanley from the 11th District in Colorado, she needs to go. I forget what he told me. He said, there's 8 or 9 or something like that. Felony charges that these people were on. 8 or 9, they all got thrown out because Linda Stanley wasn't giving disclosure on time. And that's exactly what happened with the Barry Morphew case. And he's going hard. He's not letting up. He's doing good things over there. Just go and check him out. Let me get his link to his channel. Hang on. Copy it. So here is his link, you guys. If you want to go and check him out, tell him who sent you. Tell him his sister sent you over from over here, not above and beyond. You can just say Willow sent us, but he'll know. And go and check that out. He's doing big stuff. Oh, wow, Marie Burks, you're on a roll over there. Yeah, he doesn't drop often, but if I hadn't have been in the hospital last week, I would have jumped on his live with him that he had last week. It was really interesting, you guys. He's doing big stuff, and like, he's a smart man, okay? He has a background that 99% of you guys will never know about, but he comes from a background. Like I said, most of my family is all either, my grandparents were surgeons, but most of my family is in some kind of law enforcement. PIs, we got cops, we got lawyers. So that's the makeup basically of my whole family. And he's got a background that not too many people know about. So he's great, like in what he does, especially the GPS tracking and stuff like that, the drone, searching out and finding either people who have been lost, gone missing, whatever, with his drones. He's really upgraded over the last 2 years. Oh, he plays it down big time, Nana. Big time. I ain't going to give away his secrets, but He plays it down big time, and he's not one of those egotistic kind of guys. I'm telling you. You would never know. You guys would be really shocked if you knew. Right, Murray? I ate a couple of pepperonis. I ate the chicken. Had another pepperoni and then said, oh, better eat some fruit. Took a bite of my strawberry and oh my God, what a taste. Yes, 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 yes. He is 100%. Oh, and I went and got some more chamomile tea. Absolutely. If he wasn't married, I guarantee you, tons of women from YouTube would be trying to hook up with him. I'm telling you, his eyes give it away every time. The blue eyes, his are like crystal, but mine are dark blue. Not really dark blue. They're more light when I'm out in the sun, but his are like an ocean blue. They are like killer eyes, killer color. It's like I want his eyes. Okay, so I see they're not back yet. I'm gonna go and look over here. See what's going on. A lot of comments that I'm seeing here that regarding this case here. A lot of people are grateful that Letecia is being tried in El Paso County in the Colorado's 4th Judicial District and not the 11th where Linda Stanley is, because nobody over there in the 11th District is going to get justice. Murderers have gone free because of her. Several. And people that have committed really bad felonies have gone free because of her. So something needs to change in that 11th district, and I'm telling you, my brother is on it. He's going hard on the 11th Judicial District. He's going hard on Linda Stanley, and he's keeping the pressure on. He ain't letting up. Mind me, you guys, I'm just looking up, oh my gosh. Here's another one in Denver. Like Colorado, what is going on with your water? I'm just seeing here this dentist killed his wife by lacing her shakes with poison in Colorado. Colorado dentist. Laced his wife's pre-workout protein shakes with arsenic and cyanide. Like, what is going on? Okay. So Karen Rose, thank you for letting me know if you're still here. I don't even know if you're still here. For letting me know that the death penalty has been dismissed against Lori Daybell. So she's not going to be facing the death penalty. They've taken the death penalty off the table. Okay, just let me do a post here about this. Okay. And I thanked Karen Rose too for giving me the heads up on that. But yeah, let's see what it says. Hang on a sec here. Okay, let me get another source there so I don't gotta watch video. Okay, so a judge determined due to late discovery disclosure, the death penalty will be taken off the table to ensure a fair defense. Here, I'll read it to you guys. With less than 2 weeks to go until the trial for Lori Vallow Daybell is expected to begin. Her trial is starting on April 3rd, but we're not allowed to see it. They're not going to be videotaping it, and they're not going to be audio. There will be audio taken of every day, but the news stations have to pay to get that audio at the end of the day. So there's going to be no live coverage of it at all. At the end of the day, East Idaho News will obtain the audio. They can only obtain audio of the whole hearing. So if it goes 8 hours, you got to sit there and listen to 8 hours every night of audio. And it's only at the end of the day that they can even get it, and they got to pay for it, and it is expensive. I think it's $5 for the first half hour, and then 25 cents a minute. The judge ruled against it. Rocky Mountain Girl. The judge ruled against it in the Vallow Daybell case. Now, in this case with Letecia Stauch, we are only allowed the audio for the jury selection. As soon as they start the actual trial where there's opening statements, we're going to get audio and video. And I will be covering every day of that trial. So, and in between that, I am going to be putting up reads. So, for those that are here just for the reads, you're still going to get your reads. And those of you that are here for the coverage of, especially this Letecia Stauch case, I'll be covering it too. And I will try and do updates on the Vallow Daybell case. But if you do want to listen to it, you can't listen to it until the end of the day once East Idaho News gets that. And I don't know if you have to have a subscription to East Idaho News to be able to hear it. I don't know how that's going to work, but I know they'll only get that at the end of each day of court. So it was reported that prosecutors are disappointed and respectfully disagree with the judge's decision. In the motion, lawyers claim media saturation of the case is persistent, risking exposure to the jury pool. Lawyers also claim multiple discovery violations by the government in the case and said the government wanting to kill a mentally ill person is a troubling thought. Lastly, lawyers claim the state of Idaho, which is where the trial is being held, doesn't have chemicals to kill people on death row. Now, if you remember this yesterday, for those of you who were here yesterday, that's exactly what I had said, that I had heard, that they can't get the chemical to carry out the death penalty with the injections. So they're voting on firing squad. Melissa Wigley, I just addressed that. Right now, for the jury selection only, we will only have audio because we are not allowed to show the jurors. So we are only allowed audio for this part, which is jury selection. Once the trial starts and opening statements start, that's when we're going to have both audio and visual. This is just audio just for jury selection. Yeah, Marie Burks, thank you for that too. Yes. In the Vallow Daybell case, they're going to Nate Eaton said he was going to try and get a sketch artist to be in the court also. I'm glad you'll be here. I will be live streaming Letecia's trial every day. This part here is just jury selection, and they're not allowed to show the jurors. They don't even show the jurors, you guys, when the trial is going on. That's to protect them. Okay? And I totally agree. 100,000,000% I agree. So once the trial gets going and the jury is seated, then we will get the audio and video. And I will be showing you guys that every day. I will be covering it. I know it's been a long, 3 years now. So we want justice for Gannon. And I'm going to be there to show the support. If you guys, choose to be here, that's great. But I will be there supporting. I started this right at the beginning. I'm going to end it with hopefully her spending the rest of her natural life in prison. Oh, did he? Okay. So hopefully it is a little bit more reasonable. But I know it's still going to be expensive, you guys, because that trial is set to last 6 weeks. Now that they severed them and it's just Lori, maybe it won't last that long. But I know this trial here that we're watching right now on this live stream, Gregory Werner, which is the judge, you can see him up on screen here. He initially said that they thought Letecia's case was going to last 6 weeks, and now they're saying 8. Okay, so it further goes on to say, on March 2nd, the judge ruled to separate the cases. Yeah. based on new DNA evidence that was made available to all parties in the case. So, yeah, death penalty's been taken off the table for Lori Vallow due to the prosecution not handing over discovery in a timely fashion. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on.
Court will call 20 CR
Okay.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jurors have returned to the courtroom.
So I
Good
will
afternoon,
continue,
ladies
you
and
guys.
gentlemen.
We're
Thank you for
back.
being back so promptly. Takes us a little bit longer to make sure that everybody's here in the afternoon because
everybody
we
hear
have so many vacant seats. So we got to make sure that the people that are supposed to be here are the ones that are here. So appreciate you being here. As I said, what we'll do is at this point in time, the prosecution will have an opportunity to ask you some questions, and their time is limited. So with that, prosecution.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back. It's always a mystery if you guys actually come back in the afternoon, especially after lunch. I'm going to do my best to keep everyone awake. And the reason why I say that is because I'm going to be asking a lot of questions of different people. And I'd like all of you to listen to those questions because I may have some follow-up for others. And I certainly, if I ask a question that you disagree with, raise your hand and I'll come and find you, okay? I want to acknowledge this is a very awkward situation for everyone. It's like a job interview that you don't want. And I got to kind of convince you to take the job, right? To be a juror. Maybe that doesn't apply to everyone. I'm just using that to some people, okay? So the rules of the game are as follows. There's no right or wrong answer. It's how you feel. It's what you can, how you want to answer that question. I'm not looking for any particular answer. The only thing I think everyone in this courtroom would like is for everyone to be open-minded. Because we're throwing a lot of information at you and you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen the evidence, the facts of the case. You haven't seen the law of the case. And it's until you see the facts and the law, that's when you go back in the room and roll your sleeves up and start deliberating as to what the verdict may or may not be, okay? Is that fair with everyone? Can everyone have an open mind right now?
Okay, you guys, only 32 potential jurors left. More were dismissed.
It's also weird that I got to call you by a number. But I want to start with Juror 19. How you doing? You wrote in your questionnaire that you not only are you open-minded, but you should always be open-minded, especially when you're potentially sitting on a jury. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Like I said in my questionnaire, my hobby is genealogy. And in order to do that effectively, you have to go in not with a preconceived idea. You have to go in knowing that what is obvious might not be the answer. And so you have to do the research. And you do the research, and sometimes you come to the conclusion that was obvious, and sometimes you don't. And so because of that, that carries over in a lot of areas of my life.
So when you say research, it kind of makes me a little nervous, okay? Because you can only base your verdict on what you hear in this courtroom.
Right, but I'm just saying that's from a genealogy standpoint. I have to do the research. So that's what's created me to not preconceive an idea.
Okay, great. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
No. Okay. I think you had to raise your hand because I'll drive the court reporter nuts and there's a million yeses on the transcript. Okay. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay, great. No hands. Juror 19, I'm going to follow up. Does it surprise you that this burden beyond a reasonable doubt is the same burden in every courthouse in the United States?
Surprise me?
Yeah. Be surprised, maybe not the word I'm looking for. would you be safe to say, is it your knowledge that that's the same burden in every courthouse?
That too.
So it's been like that for, gosh, almost 250 years now, right?
Right.
And so what we're talking about is nothing new.
Right.
Jurors have been getting together and using this reasonable doubt standard, seeing what the facts are, applying those facts to the law and rendering verdicts. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. We're not inventing the wheel here, right? Jurors have convicted people with this standard and acquitted people. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you do that? Can you follow that standard and weigh the facts and apply the law to those facts and render a verdict, whether that's not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty?
I believe I can. That's
Can everyone do that? Raise hands if you can. Okay. Can anyone not do that? Okay, I'm gonna pick on juror 72 back in the back. I didn't see your hand go up either way. What do you think? See what I was talking about? Sure.
Why is it important for covered hands? Sorry.
Sure. Can you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt and render a verdict based on the facts that are given to you via the evidence and weighing those facts with what the law says?
All the instructions given by the judge.
And I want to talk about something you put in your questionnaire. You okay with that? You're not a big fan of police officers.
No, I despise it.
Can you see why that may make me a little nervous?
That's your problem. The one with the problem.
Well, I mean, can you be fair to both sides?
It depends.
Okay, tell me what you think.
Right off the bat, no, because I've seen.
So do you think that's going to cause your ability to be a fair and impartial
If you're
jury?
saying I'm emotional and you like that, then fine.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just trying to figure out what you put in your questionnaire and whether or not you could be a fair juror. That fair?
Have to call.
Well, I'm asking you, could you give us a fair shake?
I don't know, man. I don't like courtrooms. I don't like the system. I think it's.
I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm not gonna ask you more questions. Does anybody agree with what juror 72 says? Thank you. Anybody disagree with what he says?
I think it's a shame. That
What
it
do you
feels
mean by
like,
that, juror number 2?
I just feel like obviously he's had so many things that have happened. And it's a shame that he's had to go through those things that has soured him to where he feels that he can't be impartial.
Juror number 3, how are you doing? That's responding a little bit. I'm gonna ask you a question. What would you say if I said you've been training your whole life for this moment? You'd say you're nuts, right? You know what I mean by that?
We're all part of the United States, and that's part of our duty to.
I'm gonna help you out. You don't ask jurors to leave their life experiences at the door when they come in. Your life experiences is what makes you a person, right? See how that question might mean something now? Yeah, no? You just don't want to talk anymore, do you? That's fine. But would you agree with me, though, that you don't leave your life experiences at the door when you come in? But what you can't do is base your life experiences in rendering a verdict. You have to base it on the facts, the evidence, and the law that you get. Can you do that? I'm gonna talk to you now. You're number 11, what do you think?
Don't leave your set your emotions aside and consider.
And along with those everyday life experiences, you're going to have sympathy, especially in a case such as this. And the question I have for you is, can you put that sympathy aside when it comes time to go back and deliberate with your other 11 jurors as to what the facts are and whether or not the facts fit with the law and render a verdict based on that? Can everyone do that?
Yes.
Are you saying you can do it? You raise your hand? Good. Number 13, I want to ask you a question about the sympathy aspect. That also applies to the defendant. You can't have sympathy for the defendant. You can, but you can't let that interfere with your verdict. You okay with that? Is everyone here okay with it? Let me see a show of hands if you're okay with that. Great. You're 18. How are you doing? Wonderful. Does it surprise you that one of the ingredients or the elements of the crime not include motive? And again, you haven't seen the instructions listed in the elements of the crime, but could you see why it might be difficult for us to prove motive for any crime beyond a reasonable doubt?
Basically, I'm here for you to present your evidence to me. I can make up my mind. Both sides.
You understand the burden of proof is completely on us.
Correct?
They don't have to do anything. They're gonna do something, but they don't have to do anything, right? If they choose to put witnesses on the stand, you understand that we get an opportunity to ask them questions as well. And we get to do what's called cross-examination. And we get to cross-examine, for instance, if they choose to call experts to the stand. And are you going to hold it against us if we challenge those experts and the opinions that they may bring to the court?
That's your job.
That's their job to do that as well, right? If they choose to do so.
Mhm.
And when we talk about sympathy, are you going to have any sympathy for any witnesses that are called to the witness stand because they may be cross-examined? Might be kind of tough on them. You're number 9, how are you? You're a judicial assistant? Where are you at? All right. Well, do you know us then? Nothing that's going to interfere with your ability to be very impartial? So you've been following and you know everything that's going on as far as the jury selection process. Yes. You know that the burden of proof is on us. You know that this case involves a murder of an 11-year-old. You know that there's going to be autopsy pictures, right? Why is that? Do you think that's something that would be necessary for us to do to meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt?
I wouldn't know necessarily the necessity of it, but I would.
Do you think the manner of injuries to a person can dictate the state of mind of the person who caused those injuries? Let me use an example. Say you're on a jury for a shooting. The person who shot someone else aimed the gun and shot him in the foot. You do that differently from them aiming the gun and shooting them in the head. Did you see the difference between what the two intents may be?
Yes.
What is it?
More of like an accidental.
Do you think that might be an indication to show whether or not someone intended to kill someone? Did they shoot him in the foot or shoot him in the head? Okay. But
I do understand that.
does everybody understand that the differences between that? Because as the court said, one of the things we have to prove is what's called the mens rea. What was going on in the defendant's head when the crime happened? What number are you, Gil? My glasses are broken, just as goes figured, they'll break during this. You are juror number 27. How you doing? Do you think actions sometimes speak louder than words? Me, but
I'm just kind of breathe.
would you agree with me that sometimes actions speak louder than words if you don't have any words? Sure. Just give me a second. What was my intent just then? Do you think my intent was to get a drink of water?
I don't know. Were you thirsty?
All right, let me ask, is your 26, is that your number? What did you think my intent was when I got? What?
Stop.
The stall?
Get right.
That, how did you determine that? I didn't tell you I was stalling, right?
It was on the context.
So if it was a crime for me to stall, would you be able to develop my mens rea, the intent to stall, based on what you do? Tricky, isn't it? It's like one of the MC used to say, tricky, tricky. Juror 25, what do you think about that?
There could have been lots of options. You could have been thirsty. Could have been strong. I mean, I agree with some of them, but making that decision. And from action speak.
Well, I'll change it on you. You see me going to what grocery street? You're King Soopers, you watch me walk in. See me go on the soup aisle. You see me go to the bottom shelf and get tomato soup, which I like. Take it out and go buy it. You don't talk to me, you don't know me, you don't know anything about me. Well, my mens rea based on what you said. Well, could you say, hey, that guy must have wanted some soup? You know what I'm saying? I'm going nowhere with this now. I'm gonna change topics.
Know that you're getting, I mean, I would see that you're getting soup, but it would mean nothing to me.
Got it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about legal insanity. Okay, we talked about that, and I want to pick on a couple people. Juror 64, how are you doing back there? You bet. And you are in that field, right, of mental health. And so do you know whether or not legal insanity is a mental diagnosis?
I would say so.
Okay, why do you say that?
First of all, I do not, my personal opinion, I do not believe in. And that's reality, right? So maybe they might have paranoia and vigilance, but.
And I probably did a horrible job of asking the question, but legal insanity is a legal term. Lawyers wrote it. You won't find that in the DSM-5, right? It's not a mental disease or defect or a mental disorder. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Yes, what I'm saying is, it might not be legal, but in reality. Person can be totally disabled mentally. Fine. At that point, there might be the legally insane insanity.
Sure. And I understand that, no question. Do you also think there's some people who have mental illnesses that are legally sane?
Well, absolutely, most of them are.
And what do you say to that?
Plus, most people, they know what they are doing. Might be kind of odd, but they know right from wrong. And that goes to delusions or psychosis. They might be.
And is that something that is obvious when you see it? What?
Most people, they are not.
And how do you go about making a diagnosis like that when you talk about psychosis, for instance?
I mean, nobody talked to them. First time they're on. I look at their overall appearance, and then they really having psychosis. Severe cases.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Juror 51. How you doing? Bet you don't know where I'm gonna go on that, right? Would you agree with what juror 64 said?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm not gonna go through the whole thing with you. Would you agree that, oh, well done. Can both of you, let me ask you, follow the instructions of law as it goes to legal insanity? And not and put aside what you may have experienced in your professional capacity?
Because I am on. I'm sitting there trying to assess the case. To the defendant, right? So. Also, I'm having people, I'm more into why she did it, of course, it's, my knowledge. I can put aside, I will not put that as the my profession.
And I'm not asking you, I'm just, the instructions that you get on what legal insanity says in the state of Colorado is instructional law. And I'm just asking if you can follow that despite what you may have heard or read, for instance, in other states or something like that in regards to legal insanity.
That I can do.
Okay, and I'm not asking questions very well, I apologize. How about you? You're 51, so. Sure 50, how are you doing back there? Good. I don't think we've heard from you yet, have we? One of the things that is defined in the definition of reasonable doubt says that you're not allow, or you can't speculate as to what doubt it is. It's not a speculative doubt or vague speculative.
Kimberly, can you hear her?
And you can't assume facts that you don't hear about in trial. Okay, you can't say, well, this must have happened. You hear about it, you can't use it. Okay. The reason, well, you tell me, why do you think it's not beyond any doubt? Burden. If you don't see it for your own eyes, would you be convinced without any doubt? If you actually witnessed the crime, you may have that beyond any doubt, but you wouldn't be a juror, right? You'd be a witness. Do you think that's reasonable to have that standard? Can you
Sure,
repeat
50 if you
yourself,
could.
please?
You just ask what the best step.
I don't think so. How about you? Have you ever been 100% sure of anything? No. Goes back with your son. Dude, how are you? Probably didn't want me to ask you a question, all right? Hey, does 1 + 1 = 2? All right, this happens every time when I pick a juror. We have juror 28. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 20 or 29. Juror 29 said sometimes. Juror 29, why does 1 + 1 not = 2? If you saw my math grades. Is there any engineers left in the panel? So they have an engineer. Okay, coming over here. Juror number 11. Why does 1 + 1 not always = 2? Okay. Well, every other jury I picked, I got this right, but this one I didn't. But even math may not be on a reasonable doubt is the point I'm trying to make. Okay, at least you don't know why, but you may have some doubt as to 1 + 1 = 2. Is that right, juror 29? Think that makes sense why it's beyond a reasonable doubt? Does everyone agree with that? Yes, okay. I want to go back to juror 66. How are you doing? What are your thoughts about all this? The reasonable doubt, burden, legal insanity, natural gas. That's what you're thinking about right now, right? Talk to me about that. It sounds like you provide natural gas or you help facilitate that for a large number of people. How are you going to do if you're on this jury? I'd take it over what we got right now. Why didn't you say something before? You don't even know anything out there. Right. I appreciate your eloquence and your response, because you're right on.
Totally off the question, right?
No, that's what I'm looking for, because we need to know that. And, you know, I'm sure no one in here is comfortable judging anyone. You know, that's not what your role, that's not what you woke up this morning to do, right? You know, you had a jury summons, but you get my point. Does it help to know that you are really judging actions? Don't have anything to do with any potential sentencing? You're basically, like you said, you and 11 others are determining what the facts are. You and 11 others are determining how those facts apply to the law. And if you can't do it, there's nothing wrong with that answer. But if you can do it, let us know.
That's my understanding.
That's the problem with this whole process, because you don't have all the information, right? We're asking you hypotheticals, and we're asking you, you know, what your thoughts are. And that's why it's difficult. It's really difficult to pick a jury, because I can't come out and say, hey, here's my facts, here's the law, what do you think? You'd make a fine juror. You know, I can't do that. And so you're the only one who can tell us. I'd like you to think about it. And if my time is out, maybe you can tell someone else what your thought process is. But if you do come to a solution on that, raise your hand, I'll come back to you, okay? You betcha. Juror 69, how are you doing over there? Yeah, that's what I'm calling on. Yeah, well, tell me what you think. What do you say?
About this case.
7.5 years of school, what am I gonna do?
Big decision.
And I just want to, I want to clear up for everybody, the fact that she's pled not guilty by reason of insanity doesn't take our burden away for the charges. We still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that first, the crimes were committed. We also have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, if those crimes were committed, that she was legally sane at the time she committed the crimes. But I mean, are you okay with that burden being
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go out of it, and then I'm gonna go back in. But just to make sure. And I'm back in, and I still don't hear anything. Oh, there we go.
Same game, two different perspectives, right? You think that happens in real life in criminal cases?
It's back.
I have a version here.
If you can just speak up a little bit, please.
Sure thing. So yeah, with a perspective, it's just kind of the way that
And so when you're talking about a criminal case, you can look at all the evidence as a whole before you come in and weigh someone's credibility.
Yeah.
Because what happens is we can only call one witness at a time, right? So you may be weighing that witness's credibility each time we call a witness. But you really can't base a verdict until you go back to the rest of your jurors and deliberate and then look at the evidence as a whole. Can you do that? Can everyone do that?
You have about 2 minutes.
How we doing back there? I forgot your number already. Let me come back to 66. How we doing? All we can ask of anyone is do the best you can under the circumstances. Because, like I said, I can't tell you how it's going to go and what's going to happen. You're the only one that can tell me how you're going to react to evidence coming in, applying that evidence to the law. And I'm going to ask you outright, if we meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you feel like she's guilty, can you come back and render a guilty verdict? Flip of that. If we don't meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you listen to the entire case and you say, I don't think they got it. I'm not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you find or not? That with an open mind. Okay. Can everyone do that? That's all we're asking you. If you cannot do that, raise your hand, please. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Before we get to defense question, I wanted to do some follow-up on an issue. Juror 56, you had put on your questionnaire that your husband was having some surgery. And you were unavailable on April 3 and April 6. I'm sorry? Okay. And what date is the surgery?
Let's see.
So the 6th is a Thursday. Is he going in for that day or? Okay, and what's on the 3rd? Oh, all right. And Is he gonna be done on one day, or, I mean, I'm trying to stints. Really?
But he needs to be done.
I mean, just from my perspective, stint sounds bad.
Yeah,
It
it's
just-
not good.
Okay. Obviously, we would be starting trial on April 3 if we can, if everything works out the way that we think it's going to, or hope that it does. Are you gonna be able to be here on April 3? Okay, the 6th is a Thursday. We don't have trial on any Thursday. But I am a little concerned, are you gonna be distracted on, like the 5th or the 7th or anything like that? Wondering about, oh, he's going in or he's just gotten out, I should be home with him, anything like that? Okay, okay, all right, I just wanted to follow up on that. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tellini?
How's everyone doing? Good, okay? All right, I hate this part of the trial, the beginning part when I can't talk, so I'm glad we're finally into this part. And again, I want to thank everybody in this room for coming back after lunch, after hearing what this was going to be about, and after hearing how long we might keep you. And I want to start off first about talking what this portion of the trial, this portion of the proceeding is, jury selection. Sometimes we call it voir dire. That's just lawyers like to use fancy words to make sense, make it seem smarter. Voir dire simply means to tell the truth. And we had a juror, I think she was juror number 57 over there, and she kept apologizing because she had these preconceived ideas because of the media and everything, and kept apologizing for not being able to put them out of her mind. But what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, she did exactly the right thing. You guys have no other obligation right now, other than to be honest, to talk about where your heart is right now, talk about where you're sitting right now. Nothing else like that. We're not asking you to change views. We're not asking you to do anything impossible. Just tell the truth. Can everyone just be honest and tell the truth? Everyone can do that? All right. A lot of people express this in some different ways. Who has right now, looking over there, at a position where they think Ms. Stauch is guilty? I keep doing that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That you think she's guilty, right? As you're saying that right now, you're coming in thinking she's guilty. And so when they're saying, they're asking if your mind can be open, Ms. 27, what I'm kind of getting the impression when you said you could be open, you can be, you think she's guilty. Maybe I might be able to convince you otherwise, but as you sit now, I'm going to have to do a bunch of work to convince you something different. Is that accurate?
Your response. Correct.
Mr. 42, same. 32. Did you raise your hand?
I did not.
Oh, okay, well, then I'll go ahead. 60 though, that's, I mean, I really got that. That's- Based on what you've seen, everything, you think she's guilty. Your mind might be open, I might be able to convince you otherwise, but right now you're thinking I would have to overcome. 66, you're nodding your head. Okay. You can't presume her insane right now, or presume that she would not go with that reason insanity. Right now, you think she's guilty, and I'd have to do a lot of work to convince you. Okay. Who else raised their hand? 56. Do you agree with 66? Pretty much in the same position. Okay, I mean, I'm behind the 8 ball right now. Okay, 63. Yeah, that's you, sir. Sorry. Same thing.
I was in Puerto Rico at the time when I came up here. All I had was my family trying to take notes.
It's your bad luck days. Okay, but as you sit right now, based upon all you've heard about before you came in this room, I'm behind the 8 ball. You can keep an open mind, but I'm gonna have to convince you. Pretty convinced you still. Yes. That the insanity is left. 61. Same as him. 69, I didn't see it. Did you read it? Okay. Oh, you, okay, I'm saying, okay.
Overwhelming.
Okay, I would have to overwhelm you with evidence that you can say it's not, okay. And so if the law was, that it's actually, they have to prove overwhelming that she's saying, you can't apply that law of limited dead kid. Okay, or at least where you're sitting right now, I would have to overwhelm.
I'm gonna have to say overwhelming.
Okay,
Even though what she wants to do.
okay. Okay, and as of right now, I mean, it's only if you're not, the presumption of innocence is not there.
I have some possible, maybe possible, she might really been insane at that. Because of the brutalness of crime she committed.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how can a person in my mind can do that without any type of that's kind of that aspect.
Okay. Well, is anybody else over here, we would turn number 66? And again, 66, all you guys, no, thank you for your honesty. That's all we're here for right now. Pulse is kind of saying the same thing. Like, be open-minded, boy, he's gonna have to do a lot to overcome how I'm thinking, right? 33, feel that thing. 48? How are you getting? $30. 29, where are you at? Sorry, you can yell at me.
Council, hold it for just a moment, please.
Somehow that stand up when she, oh. It's like,
what that is.
I get fear for her, angry.
I was saying that I would have to hear all the evidence on both sides before I make up my mind. I can't say right now she's guilty. She's not. Once I hear all the evidence, I weigh all the evidence. And figure that out.
It is, but in criminal case, Constitution, process clause, requires it right now, actually through the course of this case. 28. All right. Like, where are you at? Are you, some of the jurors say, right now, baseball law that I've come in here with, what I've seen in the media, I'm thinking that she's probably guilty. Maybe you can convince me otherwise, but that's where I'm sitting right now. Or are you in a position, I think she's innocent, I think she's great.
I have never heard with the media, this is the first time I'm hearing this case. So. Both sides.
Okay.
So I have both of mine on both cases. I've heard, so, I'm like, right now.
Yeah, I think it's 10-minute one. Over here, everyone's kind of getting where I'm going at. We've heard some people say, hey, I can kind of keep an open mind, but as I sit here, I think she's pretty guilty. You're gonna have to do a spectacular job and overwhelm me. I mean, and I appreciate juror number 66 and 60 when they were asked, like, I can find her guilty. If you find her not guilty, was hard. And that was a great honest thing, but how many people over here are kind of in the same position as 60 and 66? What? What? No. It was just, yeah, no, and I really appreciated your honesty in the way that you did that. And so sometimes jurors oftentimes articulate things better than I am able to. And so like, I appreciate that. And like I said, right now, honestly, and this is a hard case. ladies and gentlemen, we're planning on being here for 2 weeks before we finally get to a jury that we can pick from on April 3rd. But all the people in suits here know that this is gonna be difficult. It's 8 weeks of people's lives. That's not easy. Got other stuff to do. We got a ton of media on this thing that makes it a lot more difficult to presume somebody innocent. We've got a dead kid who was murdered horribly, badly. Everybody gets emotional about that. Everybody should get emotional about that. And sometimes a lot of people can't put that emotion aside. I don't care. And then we've got insanity, which a lot of people have a lot of feelings about. We know that this is gonna be difficult, and all we're asking for everybody to be honest, okay? That's what I want everybody to understand, that there's no bad answer. I'm got nowhere else to be. We're gonna be here. 52, what do you think? Yeah. Now, good, I'm glad that you said that, okay? Because criminal trial is a little bit different than any other type of case, in that the burden of proof. We're out and I'm driving, Mr. Cook, rear ends me from behind, and I said it's my fault, I say his fault, and we go to court, it's a civil case. And it's just by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. And you just got to decide, more likely than not, who was, at fault. And that's kind of for civil case. Then like sometimes when we have, there's an allegation of child abuse in the home, kids aren't being fed properly or taken care of properly, through what's called a dependency and neglect. And before the kids can be taken out of the home, it has to be proven beyond what's called clear and convincing. You lost again things first. But another thing is clear and convincing is somebody has a strong belief. I have a strong belief that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, but somebody else may think there was a conspiracy. I don't think they're in that case. I don't think they're unreasonable. I just have my strong belief. They have a different strong belief. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard that we have. It goes all the way back to Rome, the standard. A lot of stuff go back to England, go back to Rome. Rome, it was interpreted in Latin, clearer than day. That I know that the earth is round. It says the earth is flat, I know they're unreasonable, okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt, I know the earth is round. Someone says something different, you're in that case. Okay, so this is something I'm sure of. Something I would not hesitate to act in matters of importance to me. With a standard that high, you know what that means? And I've had this happen before, you're gonna endure. We go, you know what? Y'all had a strong belief that your client did it. Weren't sure, they didn't know, they didn't improve beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we had to vote not guilty. And you do that in a case like this. I've never been in juries. I know it was a long time ago, but I'm sorry. 51. Well, you might go back there and go, boy, I think she was saying, but it's possible she wasn't. If you were in that position, you have to vote not guilty by reason of insanity. And you do that. And that's what, and for you and your number 64, you both have mental health training. And we don't want you guys just to leave that at the door. I mean, you guys can take that and you guys can use it in kind of, what you think of the expert or the different experts coming. What would not be okay for you to go back in the jury room and say, oh, based upon this textbook that I had reviewed, in school or whatever, this expert is wrong. You can have your opinion, but to tell people tell the jurors what other things from outside the courtroom would not be proper. Are you okay with that? Patrolman 64. Move back over here. I know the judge asked everybody what they thought about the not guilty by reason of insanity, and some people were shocked. They're number 2. You indicated on your questionnaire that you feel that not guilty by reason of insanity is an excuse.
Well, that was the one thing I wanted to change after listening to everything you guys had to say today. I had mentioned it early to someone that I felt like maybe it wasn't a good idea that I just give it a blanket like that. I've never had, I am unaware of this case completely. I have always felt in my heart that there wasn't such thing as a plea for insanity. I think we're all a little nuts, but I just felt like after listening to everybody and opening my mind up to the possibilities, that it could be something I should be open-minded like everyone is saying, and I would do that.
You would do that? Okay.
Yeah, I would.
I know number 3, you have some issues with the insanity.
They're insane just like after the fact.
Yeah.
But if they've had serious issues beforehand, then
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to prejudge this at all about whether or not you think she's gonna be insane or not. I guess I'm more towards just the defense itself. And I guess here's the thing. It is an affirmative defense in the state of Colorado. It's there with statute. And I think an easier thing to kind of compare to is self-defense. Again, if I went up and I just went over there and I punched Mr. Allen in the face, that would be 3rd-degree assault. I've done it, okay? But if he had said, you know what, I hate Josh, I'm gonna go punch him in, and I see him walking towards me with his fist like that, and then I hit him in the face, that would be self-defense. So it's an affirmative defense, even though I did the actions. The state of Colorado has very specific things for must apply. And if it do, then that's not guilty. And insanity is the same. If we meet these criteria, once we raise it, they have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove, she's safe. Are you okay with it? And and kind of on like the self-defense thing, there's sometimes I'm not okay with that. It's self-defense applies whether it's a man or a woman, okay? I've raised my boys that there is never any justification to hit a woman. That if some woman comes up and hits them, they need to take it and they need to get out of it. There's no excuse for that. And so if I was on a trial where it's a man and a woman and he's claiming self-defense, I'm not going to be the right juror for that because I don't believe him. I don't believe there's ever anything. So kind of what I'm trying to get to the point. I'm trying to find out if there are jurors that feel the same way about the insanity defense as I do self-defense if it's a man hitting a woman. No? Okay. You look puzzled.
It's gonna be challenging.
It is.
Paperwork today and write down whether she's guilty or innocent. I'm struggling with that. It's tough, but when I look at it is that's what our country is based on, is justice. And we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to go in with that view.
Well, I guess I think that's a great point and a great thing. We have like Lady Justice and she's blindfolded, and we're supposed to have the same, you'd agree, we're supposed to have the same standard, whether someone's accused of stealing a candy bar or a murder. You know, the two people should stand before that jury the same. And, you know, one of the things they're supposed to stand before is, you know, they're supposed to be presumed innocent, you know, when they come in. And I think it's hard. Well, everybody knows it's hard when there's this much media. And again, I can tell you, everybody in suit, Ms. Gradiano and the judge, we would all much prefer there had been no media, you know, on this case. Because it wouldn't be this difficult. And I think you understand that she has a right to be presumed innocent. And so I guess when I'm asking you, I'm getting, and again, if I'm misphrasing something, I'm getting from you, I know what I need to do, but because of, I can't help the facts of the accusations or the media or anything like that, you're hesitant to say that you can do it.
I like to believe I can. I believe I can put on that mindful of justice. Under the decision that
Feel confident that you can, or do you just feel hopeful?
what's with you?
Yep.
I think
Okay, that's what I want. Number 13, I know that you have some issues. Well, now keep the raising and saying.
I do.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's kind of, if she didn't do it, then she pleads innocent, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that she said innocent by reason of insanity tells me that she did it, but I did it because I'm insane, right? So they do their job and they prove that she killed him. And then you do your job by proving that she was insane. I mean, you both won, but we don't have a verdict that says she did it, but she was insane.
That's what,
You know what I mean?
no, I killed her by reason of insanity, right?
Right.
She did it.
Yeah.
So if you don't think she did it, it just be straight not guilty. If you think that she did it. but
It would
that
be
she
a
was
lot
insane-
easier if the insanity thing wasn't there.
And so, look, and all and you know, like I was asking Mr. Levin here, I'm hearing from you.
Right.
Like if this was, it would, you know, an alibi, she wasn't there, didn't do it. These concepts, presumption of innocence, beyond a reasonable doubt,
Right.
easy.
The problem that I have is when the judge says, okay, look, from point one, everybody's got to think that she's innocent.
Yeah.
And that's a true statement, except when the fact that she says by reason of insanity, that leads to the belief that she did it and she's using the insanity plea to explain it, right? I mean, the fact is the boy's still dead.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part about this all, is he's dead. And I don't know, my biggest problem is if they prove that he was killed by her, and then again, you prove that she was insane, he's still dead, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm trying to wrap my mind around the whole thing. The innocent piece is what I mean, you know, is the innocent by reason of insanity. If I could say, well, she did it, but she was insane, so there was a reason. You know what I mean? But innocent tells me, in my mind, that she didn't kill him, that the boy didn't die.
It's a very weird. Let me ask you this. Also,
It's like a ping pong ball going around.
back of your head.
Yeah.
I'm going back right too. And your questionnaire, you also said you thought she would be.
From the media and from sitting through this, it's got me to realize and open up my mind a little bit. And I mean, we had a former president that always liked to say fake media, right?
Yeah.
So fake news. That probably applies in a lot of cases here, right? I mean, I don't know what channel I was watching yesterday, but or a couple days ago that said that you know, the psychiatrist had found that she wasn't insane. But I'm sure you're going to come up with one that says she was.
Yeah.
But the news didn't say that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's always two sides to a story.
There is. And I kind of, I'm going back to, and I'm just trying to figure out like where you're at. I know like if you can, and it's confusing and there's a lot of legal jargon and everything. Right. But to be a juror, I like the all masking and honesty. You have to presume you're innocent. Wow. Can you do that or do you have some reservation?
I would like to say that I could do that. I would like to believe that I could. But the answer is, I don't know.
Juror number 14, I know you had some issues with the exam. Not insanity, you had that the news had influenced your opinion.
Well, it has a slant.
Okay. Yeah, like that.
To me, right now, it's like you were saying, Lady Justice.
Yeah.
For me, the scales are balanced. Either side right now in my mind, except for what I heard on TV, which has a slant,
Yeah.
I can put that aside and look at the balanced scale. That's how I see it.
Ryan, you've been here, you've heard all about this case. How's that impacted you?
I'm much. Just see. This position.
And I worry, just because you're here. Don't take this wrong. I worry that you'll worry. Your decision is going to be, second guessed and talked about and everything else. I get, let me put it this way. We've heard from all of the jurors. A lot of people have come in here, seeing the media and everything like that. Preconceived notions. She's guilty, sanity's bunk, everything like that. My guess is there's a lot of people in the courthouse who feel that same way, and you're gonna be around them, they're gonna be asking, if you were to come back not guilty by reason of insanity, how could you do that? Is that a weird thing? I think that when you, I don't know.
Honestly, we don't talk about.
Okay.
cases very much. I mean,
I know.
people, so we don't talk about. A lot of friends that we talk about with somebody.
Yeah.
But.
Juror number 18, what do you think? What are your feelings on the insanity? Not guilty by reason of insanity.
Here to hear the evidence, first of all.
Yeah.
I heard a little bit on the news. News to me are the things. From today. Follow on to Florida and all that stuff. I didn't know any, so. Very interested to hear both sides of the story.
Juror number, where's 24? You put down that you think that the not guilty by reason of insanity is a ploy.
Yeah, I did, but as you read through the rest of my stuff.
Yeah.
you See my background a little bit.
I do.
It's, I've been on that side.
Okay.
I'm on this side, been through the system and stuff like that, but when the judge was talking about, the media giving the one side, is the media giving the facts,
Yeah.
Is that you're hearing that one side, all that other stuff? It automatically clicked on me, because I teach I'm a superintendent for a construction company. I lead my guys, I lead baseball leagues, I talk in churches, I do all kinds of, from my experiences. For me to put down what I did, I cheated the system in doing that. And when against what I go out there and try to promote by not hearing both sides.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what was it, the reason I'm saying?
Yeah, you get into the ploy.
Mine, way I look at the reason of insanity, is actually to elaborate, I think on what the gentleman down here was kind of going back and forth.
Yeah.
If you're of your normal mind, your right frame of mind, even doing something like that, you're knowingly, willfully, and you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
So the insanity plea would come in, I think, if Ashley did not, understand or know that what she was doing,
that's how I differentiate from the two. But I mean, there's been where I've been and seen that people, the actual people inside on the other side of the fence, you know, in the yard and all that stuff. You know, I mean, I'm no expert because of the book.
Yeah.
But I have firsthand knowledge of seeing these people. Hearing stories. Like that. But to say, no, she's guilty,
And I guess what my worry is that I think a lot of people there are not killed by reason of insanity. Oh, kind of a last ditch, you know, employee trying to get out of something. This is kind of an excuse, you know. Mindset. And that mindset is actually the exact opposite that a jury needs to sit in if they're gonna be. And I'm kind of hearing from you if I'm wrong, that you kind of came in with that mindset, but now it kind of be adjusted.
oh yeah, I am. And that's because, you know, when the judge was saying it, I'll see what the media did and all that stuff. So me putting that down without hearing both sides, put it right in, all that garbage. And we can. Okay.
Six and six.
Just one quick follow-up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
Probably will.
Good work if you can get it.
Yeah.
In- All that's necessary.
That's good. Um. Because it's here, we have legal axioms and everything like that, that are good in books and everything like that, but in practicality, it's not the way out. They're gonna be presenting it. We're gonna be fighting them too today. We're gonna be doing everything that we can, okay? Well, I'm not gonna sit, I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna do everything. The only person, look, I like everybody here, but that's the only person I believe to is right there, and I ain't gonna fall. And I'm gonna do everything I can, to help protect her, okay? But the law, what it does is, it kind of like, you know, ground rule for, you know, court, it requires you to start over in this position, way over here, at not guilty. And it's basically kind of like a football game. They've got to drive the entire length of the field over that goal line. They get stopped, you know, at 90, you know, the 2 foot line, game ends, it's not guilty. It doesn't matter if they drove 98 yards or not, that's what it is. What I'm kind of getting from a lot of people here is that they're not necessarily starting on their goal line because of the media and everything else, or the facts, or the horrific nature of the charge, everything like that. Maybe they're starting at 30, maybe they're starting at midfield, something like that. Brevin.
Want to do some stuff. Do some stuff, yeah. You're number 50. Mr. Young talked about it a little bit. It's not gonna be an easy job. And if you're gonna be chosen to be on this job, you're gonna see autopsy. Photos of the 11-year-old kid that been in a suitcase for over a month. And the way that the injuries occur are gonna be important. They're gonna be important for both sides. I think a lot of times us over here forget the impact that has on people because it's just our job. We have to do this, all the time. Are you gonna be able to do that? I'm not saying you don't have an emotional reaction. I'm not saying you want to do something. But are you gonna be able to do that and then put aside your emotion and look at those photos for what they say, or is it gonna be something that experience is gonna be so emotional that you're not gonna be able to look at a fraction? Oh, 75, right? Let me see what it is.
That's
Yeah.
right. It's 75.
75. Sir, no one's asking anything.
10 minutes, Mr. Tellini.
What do you think about all this?
Mr. Tellini.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Heard. All right, I'm gonna circle back around. Some people put some stuff down in the questionnaires. On the judge asked about some difficulties. During number 2, you have insomnia.
Yes.
Do you think how will that impact you? Sorry.
The clarity, just because I've been going through this for years, I don't get enough sleep, so by this time, day is usually when I go to sleep.
Okay.
So 2 o'clock is usually the magic hour.
So,
I'm fresh in the morning, even if I haven't had sleep, but for some reason, right around 2:30 is when it hits me. So anything that I'm taking in, might be hard to really take in.
okay. Number 25, you said you're unavailable on Wednesdays? In April, yes.
In April, I've got some appointments, but I'm looking.
Okay, so do you think, and weren't you also going on a trip? Okay, and that's in stone, and so if,
I could move it, but I would have to move it like now.
okay. All right, number 33, where's 33? Oh, right, you have some work issues that you think that if you're chosen to be your break weeks out, financial work as well as work connections. Part of the legal stuff. Maybe we can, I mean, we can delay that until the end, but what I'm worried more about, if you're supposed to be on the jury, you're not gonna be able to work nights. You're gonna be able to survive financially. Number 42, you said you're unavailable April 10th through April 11th? Yeah. 46, and this make it very difficult for you to do your job.
All 10 stores that I supervise.
Okay.
Each store has. And if I have somebody.
Also, the type of thing that I might go and make you sit here for 8 weeks, but if I might be going to places.
I might. I can tell you, I've heard everything that everybody says. Okay? I top that I'm from. Everything that I want to say. That
No, it's important. All we want is the truth.
So. Earlier there was discussion about, judging. I think we all judge people. Extent might differ, but we all judge each other every single. So, to come in and ask.
I'm sorry.
Come in and ask questions about whether or not we have or haven't, or will. Yeah, not necessarily a made up mind, but we've already judged. Not just about everything. I've been judged.
I'm not asking you to.
About each other.
Well, what-
I think everybody has made a judgment.
Judgment thing.
I don't know.
Did you make the judgment?
Judgment isn't necessarily about hurting. But may or may not. Judgment isn't about innocence or guilt. About care.
What's your judgment about a person?
No, I'm not gonna allow that.
Is your number 51, sole provider for your family? Oh, that's right, I didn't know. How difficult is this gonna put your family out? What's if you're here? Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm asking. It's okay.
I know.
You have 69, you have scheduled doctor appointments that you've been waiting a long time for. And in New Mexico, you got to like kind of get like a special grant to be able to get it done. And it wouldn't, and you had to reschedule. How long would you have to schedule that out, or would you use it? About at a time, anybody have anything? I should know.
Give me just a minute. So juror 33, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. What kind of work is it that you do, sir? And you work 12-hour shifts? And how many days a week do you work?
3 days a week.
Okay. And then also, in addition to that, every other weekend? Or does that, or those 3 or 4 days include that weekend? Okay. All right. And juror 69, tell me a little bit about this, I guess, analysis that would occur. You're going to New Mexico April 17, and how long is it going to take for them to do what they're going to do? Okay. Let's talk about those dates for a minute, because the 16th is a Sunday. Ah, got it. Okay. And then, got it. Okay. I see. All right. So you would be going to New Mexico when? On the 15th, or wait until the 18th? Okay. And do you already have that appointment set? Where is it in New Mexico? So 6 hours roughly? 6 hours roughly driving? Okay. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 20-minute recess. So if I can have all of the jurors, number one, remember where your seat is. Number two, step out into the hallway and be ready to come back into the courtroom at 10 after 3. What will happen in the meantime is that the attorneys and I will be discussing jury selection, and it's actually, as Mr. Cellini indicated, it is a process of deselection. So there will be more jurors that I will excuse, and once that happens, I will have further instructions for the rest of you. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Okay, guys, we're almost at the end for today. I'm not going to go through all the jury instructions that he's going to give. He gives that every day. It's just instructing them what they are going to be doing.
That's what happened when I put
No.
it was running, and then when you told me that I needed to move it, she showed up. So I wonder if what happened.
Oh, yes.
When that happened,
When that happened.
I keep coming because I should be able to expel that person and I can't expel.
Okay, don't worry
It's
about it.
stuck. So they're coming to take a look to see what I see.
Okay,
The worst we do is.
just shut it. You're right.
And start
Start a
over.
new one.
And then everybody should still come back in.
Well, so long as she can't just start talking and broadcast and all that, it won't make any issues.
I've had to put makeup on my eyes to come out.
Black
eyes, yeah. Every time I'd ask, he punches me.
Thank you. You may all be seated. And Ms. Stauch, would you like to take your break now, or do you want to wait? You're okay for now? Okay, all right. Why not council take just a couple of minutes to talk amongst themselves? And in the meantime, I will work on my own list here.
Okay, so both the DA, the defense, Tellini, and the judge are going to put their lists in for who they want dismissed, and that's who we should be left with to add to the 19 that we had yesterday. Right now we have 32, so let's see how many of these 32 are going to be dismissed. The least, the better, because as soon as we can get to that 110 number that they need for jurors, then they stop the jury selection and they go and select a jury from those 110. So the more that they can keep each day, the faster this process is going to go. Once the judge has told us how many are going to be dismissed, we're just going to end it there, because the next thing he does is, once he dismisses the ones that they're not going to keep, the ones that they are keeping, he just gives them instructions on not watching the case, not discussing the case, how the trial process goes, what their role's going to be in that trial, stuff like that. So Marie says, I like listening. I like listening to it too, because you get a take on what kind of jurors you're looking at having on this panel. But it's tedious, right? So I don't know, you guys, if I'm gonna do it tomorrow. We'll see, excuse me, how much of this work I can get caught up on today. I really haven't done much of my real job. And I have to get it done. Like, we have deadlines for income tax, so that's what I'm doing. I've got a pile of income taxes here that I got to do for clients. So, and Friday morning I go for all my tests, but they're early in the morning, so I should be back in time to start this up again. So definitely Friday. Tomorrow I will be putting up a new read, you guys, so watch for that. And possibly even Thursday, maybe an updated read. We will see how it goes tomorrow. So a new one tomorrow, a new case tomorrow, and an updated read on Thursday on one of the cases that we've been following. Yeah, it is interesting, Rhonda, for those who aren't familiar with the judicial system and how it works, especially the court process and how all this works. It gives you a really good insight, and you see a lot of the things that normally I would just do the trial, but I had a lot of interest from everybody here wanting to see the whole jury process and everything else. So I did say I would do it for a few days, but this looks like it's going to go on for some time. So what I will do is I will do it a couple, maybe 2 to 3 days a week, maybe 3 days one week, 2 days the next week. So I'd kind of like to maybe just do it twice this week, maybe half a day, like the mornings. I don't know. I'm going to try and figure out something, because I want to please all of yous. And I got to also keep up on the reads. We'll see how it works. We'll see how it works out. And obviously it's going to have to be around my schedule too, with my doctors.
22, 6, 3, 66, 9.
Okay, I'm going to grant 66 off of the top. Looking at his work situation, I think that is appropriate. In addition, I'm going to grant 33 for hardship reasons as well. And there was one other 20, 25. I'm going to grant. That's right on the cusp. Her trip to Hawaii is right on the cusp of maybe ending, and that's probably just a bad idea. So I'm going to grant 25 as well. Let's see, who else did you have here? 42. Oh, and 42 for the same reason.
No. Somebody at the court muted it. So their audio at the court keeps going in and out. Well, thank you, Rhonda. Okay, let me exit it. And go back in and see if that helps. Whoever that other one was that was on the bottom here is now gone. Yeah, they muted themselves. I thought it could have been maybe on my end, but no, they muted themselves. Because I just went right out of the webinar and then back in. So I had to sign out and then sign all back in again. So they have muted. So let me put this up. And I will remember to take that off once they come back. Yeah, they're still on break. I appreciate that, Rhonda. Yeah, I have an outside job, like outside of YouTube, I have a job, and I'm not working in the legal field anymore, but there's other things that I'm doing to just keep, working so I can pay my bills and stuff, right? So I don't like going into my retirement yet. I'm only be 60 this year. So I've picked up other little things on the side that I do, and, sometimes that interferes with what we got going on YouTube. But I try to do my best to keep you guys all up to date and bring it to you. So I appreciate that, Rhonda. So let's take a poll, you guys. I think put the number in the chat of how many jurors are going to be left out of these 32. I'm going to say 16. So put your number in chat, how many you think are going to be left out of these 32. Mind you, I didn't get to hear what he was saying last, but I know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I know of that are going to be released. And that's not even the DA talking yet. So let's see who gets the closest. Andrea's sticking with the 19 like yesterday. Well, 19 would bring us to 36, 38. Let's see here. Hang on. We need 82. So if they keep another 19, we'll be still down to needing 63. No, wait. Whoops. I did that wrong. We still need 91. Sorry. Right now, because they kept 19 from yesterday, so that leaves us with 91 we still need. Yeah, a lot of them said they wouldn't consider insanity. Starting with the page here. Oops. So we're gonna see, you guys. Just see here. Okay, so I said 16. Nana says 12. Lovely Lyric says 14. Andrea says 19 like yesterday. Marie says 20. Vicky G says 14. Kate Bell says 21-ish. Rhonda says 14. And Lovely Lyric says 14 to 16. You gotta pick one number, Lovely Lyrics. You're cheating on us. You said 14 initially. Yeah, I counted as they were talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, possibly 7. So then it's going to be the ones that the judge wants removed. And out of those 7, that could be, some of those 7 could be the ones that the judge wanted to remove too. So you don't count them twice, right? So so far, I think there's 7. Lovely Lyric says, I hate being wrong. You know what? You have to be wrong sometimes to know what it's like to know what it's like to be right, right? Lovely Lyric says 97% of the time I'm wrong. Hey, you know, nobody's perfect. I get it wrong. Everybody here gets things wrong too. We're not perfect, right? We're human. So we are waiting for them to come back and tell us how many jurors they're going to have from today. Well, potential jurors. Because if they just went with the ones they had yesterday, they got enough for a jury. Because they need 16. But they have to get a pool of 110. Then they break it down, I think, in half. And then out of that half, they pick their jury. So even once they get it down to 110, they get their 110 out of these days of selection. Then they have another day where they got to break it from 110 down to half. So 55. Well, thank you, Lovely Lyrics. Yeah, I go on Friday. I got an MRI and a CAT scan. I probably won't get the results till the following week. So, but thank you. I appreciate you. I'm not going to stress about it though, because what is what is, right? So the more stress just adds more problems. So I'm just going to take it as it comes. But thank you so much for that too. Yeah, the tech won't. There's one girl that I know that works in ultrasound. And when I first started having the problems with my stomach and that, they sent me to ultrasound and she was there and she told me. But she's not supposed to. Nana, maybe the judge will have to pay lower, the number lower. Huh? Change, not pay. Andrea says I've been called for jury duty in Colorado Springs 4 or 5 times, but never got this far. Yeah, I was called for jury duty twice, but I'm exempt because I worked in the legal field. So I was in and out of the courthouse all the time in criminal matters. So I was exempt. I got out of it. I think one was, I got to remember now, this is going back into the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. One, I believe, if I remember correctly, was an armed robbery. And another one, the other one, I don't remember what the other one was, but one, I remember one was an armed robbery. And although there were no deaths, thank the good Lord, there was serious bodily injury. Newberg says, once in a while you have a check like that. Yeah, well, I know her. I've known her family for years. So, yeah, I'll be okay. Either way, I'm a trooper. I'm a fighter. So I'll fight through whatever they throw at me. I'll fight through it. Willow running a marathon. You should have seen me today rushing through the grocery store and the fruit stand. And oh my gosh. People were looking at me as if the place was on fire or something. Thank God it's only a few blocks away. 3 blocks to be exact. So this seems like a long 20 minutes, you guys. Actually, Elise says, I'm not liking that defense's expert reports concluded she is insane. We haven't seen that yet. So we don't know what Dr. Lewis's reports have said because let me just check again. But as far as I know, we have not got those reports back yet. But let me just see. If they're here, I'll read them. No. Those reports have not come back yet. The judge had given them until this past Friday to put them in. Now, they're not in the discovery yet. So whatever Tellini says, like he's not, right now when he's saying all this stuff to the jury, he doesn't have to tell the truth because this is just asking their opinion on if they see this, 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 and this, how are they going to react type thing. He can say all he wants that one found her sane or insane, but we have what 6 or 7 other doctors saying she's not. She claimed that an injury to the head is what caused her to be insane at the time of the murder, but that injury to her head only happened once she was in jail. She says she fell off her top bunk and smashed her head on the floor. So that's where that head injury came from. And that was after the murder happened. Okay, so we're back, you guys. I'm going to mute.
I know.
Good luck, you guys. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all good. Take your time.
Very much.
All right. First of all, I want to thank the remaining jurors that are here. I want to thank you for your time, your attention, and your honesty, and your dedication. Here's what we're going to do. The first thing that we're going to do is my staff is going to give you some contact or something to write down, some contact information. We need a phone number, an email. We're also going to be handing out cards to you that have your return time. You should anticipate to return on April 3 at 9 a.m. It's on the backside that they have the contact information, right? My card. Yeah, okay. So on the card, there'll also be, oh, it's on the front. And on the front of the card is contact information for me. Take that card, put it in your wallet, pull it someplace safe that you'll have it for the next 2 weeks. And what will happen is if something occurs, something changes in your life, some emergency or something like that, call us and let us know so that we can keep apprised of what kind of numbers we have for our jurors as of April 3. So we'll take a minute to have them hand that out to you, and then I have some other instructions for you.
Like, I'm confused here. Did he dismiss jurors already and we didn't hear it? Because they hand these cards out to the jurors that are going to be staying and going on to the next phase. This is odd.
And juror 26, how's your allergies doing? You seem to be doing better. You doing okay?
Sitting outside of my own job.
Okay. Absolutely.
Scan document to the summons.
You know, while they're passing this out, that's one of the things that I can talk about. For anybody who needs anything for your employer to show that you are actually here, you were here today, and you will be with us for 6 weeks or so, starting April 3, let me know. I can get you a letter. It's from me. It's got our letterhead on it. It explains that you're a juror on this case, what your dates of service are going to be, and that you're not actually on a beach in Cabo somewhere having a great time. So if anybody needs that, or if you need it even before we start on April 3, contact me based on that information. You can send, Jack, does that have your email on it? Okay. You can just call us, leave a message, and we can get a letter to you. So for anybody who needs something like that, let us know. We'll take care of you. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I work from home, so everything I do is just upload it out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What would happen is we would send it in a PDF format, and I will write the letter out. We'll scan it so that we know that it's in a PDF and can't be changed, and then we'll send it to you. So if you need it, just let us know. Okay. Do you need one before you leave today? Hang around for a little bit. I'll get you one today. I can put it in your hand before you go today. Okay, hold on, because I need to write down the names, because it's bad if I say to whom it concerns and you fill in the blank with the name. That's a bad thing. So, so juror 26, 28. Saw another hand. And you are 52 and 22 and 48. Okay, I can get that done. The downside to it is you're going to have to wait towards the end of the day, so you do have to sort of stick around. But I can get you a piece of paper in your hand. You want an email? You just need to, well, you're going to be giving us your email, so just We'll send it to you. Yeah. Yeah. You guys all wanted email? I got it. I got you covered. Yeah, well,
My work schedule is like 3 months out, so.
no, it's okay. It's not a problem. It's, I'd forgotten that we were getting all email addresses from all of you folks. So it actually makes it easier for us. So it'll be fine. For those who are wanting the letters, if anything happens and you don't get it, by tomorrow or the next day, call and let us know because there's a problem. Okay.
Okay, so with that, you guys, we're gonna stop this. Because now he's just gonna tell them what they gotta do with these cards and all the contact stuff and what happens at trial. We're gonna hear that all again anyway. Yes, Lynette, we already know that the death penalty has been removed from the table for only Lori Vallow in the Vallow Daybell case. Was it Andrea? No, I thought Andrea said, hang on, let me go back here and check. Yeah, Andrea. Andrea got it smack on. Yay. Okay, so like I said, tomorrow, you guys, if I don't cover this tomorrow, watch around the same time as we are right now. Right now it's 5:20 Eastern. Keep an eye on my community tab, and I will let you know how many jurors were kept from day 3, which is tomorrow. So far right now, 38 people so far will return on April 3rd for the final stage of jury selection. The court needs 110 potential jurors before it can complete jury selection. So they have to have that 110. Right now, we still need 72 more. So tomorrow, if they keep, say, almost all of them, I'm sorry, you guys. If they keep almost all of them from tomorrow, they may have their 110 by Thursday. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Well, you won today, Andrea. Whoops, let me get this banner off. See, I keep forgetting these things. I'm not good with this. I never win anything. I'm sorry, you guys, about the ads, but I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Where was I now? There was something else I just wanted to tell you, and now I forget. So tomorrow, another group of 75 will be brought in to repeat everything you just said. Oh my God, I'm tired. That you guys just seen today, right? Hopefully, even if they can keep half of the 75 tomorrow and half on Thursday, they got their 110. We need 72 more. We're at 38. We need to get to that 110. So let's keep our fingers crossed that they get them in record time. And if so, that means the actual trial would start next week. As soon as they can get the jury, they need 12 plus 4 alternates. So once they can get that done, they can start this trial. Okay. Yeah, if they're showing ads, Nana, I'll get some kind of, I think it's like 3 cents an ad or something I get. It's not a lot. So, and this isn't like something I've uploaded. So when you guys are watching it all day with me, there's, I don't know how many ads I've played, but I know I get like 3 cents an ad or something. It's not, I'm not going to get rich, believe me. But anyway, so with that being said, you guys, I'm not going to keep you any longer. You guys have been with me here for 6.5 hours. I'm going to let you go today. And if I do decide to do it tomorrow, you will see it pop up and you guys can follow along again. But I will definitely be doing it Friday. And if I don't do it, maybe I'll do, I don't know. We'll see, you guys. I may just have to, if you guys are really, if I get overwhelmed again with, please do it, then maybe I will just stream it. But I'm going to have to make sure some mods are here because just to, keep things in check so people aren't mentioning other channels and doing stuff like that or picking on people and stuff like that. Unless I put it that there's no chat and then just let it run. I can do that and pop in when I can. How's that sound? How does that sound, you guys? Let me know in the chat. And I love you too, Marie. That's fine, you guys. Like I said, I can put it up. It's just I won't be as interactive with you guys, and I don't like that because I don't never want you guys to think that I'm not paying attention to you. But I can do it and just let it run and pop in here and there when I can. I'll take my earphones off so I can listen to it too and just mute myself on here. So if there is something that comes up that I can jump on and explain it to you guys if you don't understand what's going on or whatever. But that gives me a chance to get these income taxes. I got to get them done, you guys. I was supposed to do them today. Okay, we'll see what happens tomorrow morning, okay, guys? But I want to thank you guys for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you for the ones who gave the super chats today. That does help make up for some loss that I lose today. And it does help to continue supporting the channel so I can continue doing this. I did subscribe now to StreamYards because the free version only gives you 20 hours a month that you can live stream. So now I can live stream all I want. So that comes at a cost too. So your super chats and everything, that's what that goes towards, you guys, to help keep that going so I can continue to bring this. The trial is going to be every single day. I'm going to be bringing that to you once the trial is full blown. So once the trial starts, and you guys will have audio and video. Okay, not just the audio like we're getting now. Okay, so I'll let you guys go for now. Go get some nummy, some dinner. Do what you guys got to do. And just maybe, you will see me again tomorrow. Love you guys to the moon and back. And please remember, take care of yourselves, stay safe, and always be aware of your surroundings. Take care, you guys. Bye-bye for now.